All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the cafe. Today is Friday, and it is time for coffee and a cold case. I got a good one today, and a couple other little things to look at as well. With the case of Lyndsey Buziak. For those of you that aren't familiar, it's very interesting. I appreciate you guys joining us today. Mama Bear is here with me today for sure, and possibly Doodle and Arctic a little later on. I'm excited. I hope you are as well. I appreciate you guys joining us. Please make sure you hit the like button when you come through the door. Share this out and let everybody know what we're doing in here. And that being said, it's time for, well, you know what it is. Let's do it. Hello. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody, and thank you for joining us today for Coffee and a Cold Case. I am accompanied by the lovely and amazing Miss Mama Bear with Crime Time with Mama Bear. Thank you for being here, Mama Bear.
You're very welcome.
How are you today?
Pretty good. Sun shining again.
Whatever, rub my face in it once again. It is what it
I
is.
try.
I know. And Doodlebug said he may join us here shortly, and Arctic said he's going to be running late today.
Yay.
He's always a busy guy, always doing the things he does. Always busy. Gotta love him. Gotta love him. Welcome, everybody else. Thank you guys so much for being here today. And please, if you would, just pretend like you like me for a little while. Hit that like button if you could. We all know you love the Mama Bear. So just hit it for her, if nothing else, guys, if you could. Because again, I'm going to have you guys here jumping on over, if you're not over there already, to Mama Bear's side and hit the like button, share it out. Make sure to hit the notification bell so you don't miss nothing this awesome lady puts out from her channel as well. I'm going to drop that link here in just one moment.
And if you haven't seen it, I do have a new video out.
Yes, she does. She did great with it too, by the way. Very
Thank
good.
you. Thank you.
Very good. Very good. The voice of yours makes it even better because it's so pleasant to hear it that way. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had Arctic listen to the audio too, just to get his opinion because he does, the recordings and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I did it on my phone, like he said that he does on his. So I was like, okay, let me give it a shot and see. So I
Right.
recorded it and I was like, can you listen to this and give me your feedback? And he said, I can hear the air quotes in your voice. This is
Yep.
awesome.
That's what I was saying last night when I look. I was very clear and very concise. I love it. So as always, just like Doodle, I don't know why it is, but I get it. I got the head stuff going on sometimes too, but you and her both doubt yourselves at times where you never should, because you're both very good at this. Very good at it. It's like you're made for it. So
Right.
don't ever doubt yourself, because you're very amazing and you have a great voice for it, just like she does, and you have the heart for it too, and that's all that matters. So
Thank you.
absolutely. You know better. You know better with me, especially.
I know.
So it is what it is. Yes, great job. I'm glad to see that you're moving with your channel now. I'm very grateful for that. It took long enough, and now that you have some actual time,
Right.
I can't wait to be able to join you over there as well. That's going to be fun too. I've been wanting to do that for a long time.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Chris
Absolutely.
gave me a heads up on another one here in Indy, so I'm gonna start researching it and getting it together, and then we'll go from there.
Well, we still have. We were talking about. I know things are hectic, but this one that you wanted to run together, or was that the one that you did last night?
The one I wanted to run together, I did last night. I wanted to go ahead and do a video
Mm-hmm.
um, for my channel, and then we can play it on yours if you want.
No, 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 no. Nope. I just wanted to work with you on it, so we can do another version of it too if you want to. It's up to you.
Yeah,
That way, you know.
sure. I mean,
There's a
it needs the recognition, so
yeah.
it's
There's another one out there
okay.
that Doodle sent over to me that she did a short on, and it's horrible because there's nothing. I want to cover it, but we both are looking. We were just talking about it this morning. There's nothing on it. This is a little baby.
Huh.
And it's horrible. It is horrible because there's no news coverage. There's nothing. I can't. It's sad. I can't find anything on it. And neither could she. So I'm gonna keep digging though, because I just feel this need to have the ability to make sure people know about these things in some senses. And this one
Yeah.
definitely is very sad. So or short video. I'm sorry, Doodle. She did a video on it. My apologies. But yeah, and that's like I said, we can't find hardly anything on it. I don't know. I'll throw the name at you too, and maybe you can find
Yeah.
something that we can't. Maybe I don't know because you have the ability to dig for things too. And if nothing else, good old Lolly Molly has the ability to. She could find. I'm surprised she hasn't found what's his name yet. Um, the Teamsters guy that went missing how many years ago?
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm definitely surprised she hasn't
Yeah.
found him yet. So
Why is my
I
brain?
might do that, Doodle, just because it's important to see and hear. It's a 15-minute video. And it breaks my heart. It really does break my heart. Um, hold on here a minute. Baby Lisa. Lisa Irwin, and it's so sad, you guys. It really is so sad.
Lisa Irwin?
Yeah.
Where's it at? Do you know?
Um, here, I'll give you this link here, and then you can do what you want to do here. 1 second. This is the link she originally sent me for, and then she did her video on it too. And I'm gonna show that to you guys because it's
Okay, I started
imperative.
watching it the other day of Doodles, and I was like,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I got sidetracked. Okay,
yeah.
I'll watch
And the
it and see what
lady,
I can find out.
yes, absolutely. Thank you. And a
Mhm.
lady that gave a tip saying that she held the baby the day after at Denny's, Kansas City, Missouri. Thank you, Doodle. And thank you for doing the video, by God, and sending it over. And it's just thank you for caring like you do. That's the big thing right there. Um,
Oh, that would be a hard one, Kansas City, because it
mhm.
depending on where in Kansas City, you could be Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas City, Kansas. I mean, the line is right there in the middle.
It's a big area too. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, it is.
definitely. How do I sound this morning, by the way? Do I sound okay audio wise with my voice?
Yeah,
Yeah, is it clear and all that?
yeah.
Okay, good. I was just making sure. I was having a little bit of a technical issue when I was setting up. Doodle said Missouri, Mama Bear. So
Yeah.
okay.
We
Good
go
morning.
we go
Yes.
see a family friend that lives in Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay. Good morning, everybody in the chat. Thank you guys so much for joining us. There's 29 of you awesome and amazing meatballs and peoples in here. I have 31. I'm sorry. I appreciate you guys so very much. 24 likes. I appreciate that as well, guys. Let's see if we can make that match if we can. And let's see who we have here gracing us with their amazing presence this morning, Mama Bear. Looks like the amazing Miss Lisa Joe's in the house. Thank you, Lisa Joe, again yesterday for all your help with all that and just for being you. And I appreciate you being here and part of this team as well. Miss Bonnie Bailey, God bless, dear. We love you so much. It's wonderful to see you here, and I'm grateful to have you here. I hope you're feeling okay today. Always in our prayers and thoughts, Bonnie. We love you. Miss Stormy, welcome back to you. Siggy and Mike, always a pleasure. Miss Tandy's in the house. There must be no school again today. Of course, the awesome Miss Wisdom Speaks. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Appreciate you as always. Matahari, great to see you as well. Paula Fitzhenry, welcome back again. Great to see you today. Of course, our Doodlebug in the chat right now. Great to see you, Duty. Thank you for being here and for everything you're doing. You are so much appreciated. Crazy Linda, great to see you today. The sassy Cassie's in the house. Good to see you, Cass. Thank you for being here today, as always. All right, Miss Josie West, great to see you again today. Wonderful. Wonderful. Hope you're doing well and feeling good today as well. Ray Knightley's in the house again. Great to see you, Ray. Thank you for joining us. Bella Luna, hello and welcome. Good to see you today. I hope you are having a great day as well. We appreciate you. S&W Collectibles, hello. I love I love that avatar. I'm a huge G.I. Joe fan. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you so much. Let's see here. Speaking of which, I'm going to need to definitely get something together with my other channel that I run my toy stuff on because I don't do anything with that at all. Miss Dakota, thank you for being here today. We appreciate you. Walt Harris, Dago and Mama Bear here. Good to see you, sir. Miss Nancy Drew, Murder Mystery Delmarva's in the house. I hope you're starting to feel better, Miss Nancy. God knows everybody's been sick, and you got it too. I'm sorry to hear that. Please get well soon, get better. But thank you for joining us today. Appreciate that so very much. Mark Schumann, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much for joining us. Brutally Honest 78's in the house again. Welcome back. Good to see you today. Miss Cassie says hello and good morning and happy Friday to everybody. Great to see you again, Cassie. Thank you so much for being here. Miss Taylor with Stitchin' Bitchin' and so much more. Great to see you, Miss Taylor. Thank you for joining us. I hope everybody in the house is feeling okay. I hope you're feeling good. If you have been sick, I hope you're getting better. Please avoid it because it's not fun and it's been rough this year. I tell you that much.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I hope everybody's staying warm this winter Antarctic storm blast of crap that we've all had lately. I'm over it. I'm done with it. It's time for spring as far as I'm concerned. It's snowing again, by the way. I'm sick of seeing the snow. Okay. You wanted all this snow, Cassie. Take it all. I'm done with
Seriously.
it. Okay? We ain't had snow in like 8 years. All of a sudden we get it all. Were we making up for the past 8 years or what? Because
I think so.
Spring started there yesterday. Well, then send it this way because we need it here today. It is. The flu is really bad, Tandy. I agree. Very bad. There's schools that are shutting down, like districts, whole districts that are shutting down over this. And it's hitting people like a train. It's rough. Action figures. They're not dolls, Sassy. We will fight over this. I know Stormy's got my back. They are not dolls. They are action figures. Chucky is a doll. Kind of. But he's a serial killer, so it, doesn't really count. The other ones are figures. They're not dolls. So get it straight. Because I sent it all your way. Yeah, I'll bet it is, Cass. You wanted it all. Keep it for yourself. Matahari says it's 28 degrees today. Excuse me for a bit while I grab my flip-flops and I go, you do your thing there. Do your thing, Matahari. Flip-flops, it is no, not yet. The last 24 in the house, my brother. Good to see you, Mikey. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you so very much. I hope you're having a great day, brother, and not working too hard. As always, action figures in Barbie form. I'm telling you, Tandy, I love every one of you guys very much. But I can dislike you a little bit here and there if I want to. So keep it up with the doll thing. I'm telling you right now. Barbie doll, Ken doll, G.I. Joe. I'm gonna tell your mother on you. That's all. I'm done with it. And just when she comes in here, you're done. Not that matters because I know you have no fear of that. They're not dolls. They're action figures. I see your cheesy ass grin. Put your teeth away. Not funny. She's too busy. I'll go find her, Sassy. I'll call her. I don't care. Yeah. No. These are action figures. And yes, I love them. We had a snowstorm Friday, 38 centimeters. And another Sunday. You would love it here. No, I wouldn't. Nope. I'm done with snow already. I'm spoiled. I think we're all
Mm.
spoiled, guys. We're all
Oh yeah.
spoiled because well, us up in the Northeast, I should say, because we haven't had winter, truly. So now we're getting it. Everybody's whining and crying and pissing and moaning like me, because we don't want it. So sick of it. Sick of it. For those of you that just popped in, thank you guys. For those of you that are hanging out, just kind of lurking, as they call it, too, we appreciate you just as much for the viewing and for being here with us and just hanging out. You don't have to talk and chat at all. You're welcome in any way, form, or fashion. If you would, please, though, just hit the like button as you come in. If you could, I appreciate it very much. Or even if you want to wait till we're done to see if you actually liked it, please make sure you hit it on the way out the door. I appreciate that so very much. And share it out, guys. Let everybody know we're talking about in here because these cases are definitely important. Just because they're old and cold, it doesn't mean they don't need talked about. Phil, the Gilbert Villian, is in the house. Welcome, ma'am. Good to see you. Just popped in. Well, I hope you're staying for a while. Crazy Linda, wonderful to see you as well. Go do your walk about around the nurse desk. Been in hospital since Tuesday. Oh my gosh. No. See, all you guys, please
Aw.
get better. Stay healthy. We got to start taking some vitamins together or something.
I actually
We,
had to go off on my vitamins.
what? Why?
Um, because my iron was high and my multivitamin had iron in it. So they want to
Okay.
see if that was what was making it high.
I get it. Yeah, that makes some sense. My mother-in-law went through something like that. I was just told I had a doctor's appointment yesterday that I need to be taking vitamin D and magnesium. And everybody that lives in the Northeast needs, at least here in Ohio, needs to be taking vitamin D because we don't get sun.
Yeah, I take vitamin D.
What the hell is this, Cassie? The only difference is that dolls denotes all types of dolls, while action figure denotes a specific kind of doll. Not all dolls are action figures, but all action figures are dolls. Just like all appliances are ovens, but all ovens are appliances. Action figures are definitely dolls. Sassy, Cassie. Kiss, kiss my assy, okay? Good God, I'm sick of it. Kiss it. Kiss it with both your lips. I'm
Oh,
done with it.
Cassie, I love
They're
you.
action figures, smart ass. Good
I love you,
Lord.
Cassie.
She's in one of her moods today, is what it
Yes,
is.
she is. Woo!
Good morning, Miss Dawn, a Southern Gal True Crime in the house. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. You can't breathe, huh? Hold your breath for a while. How about 10 minutes? Let's see what happens. Jesus. Good. Yeah, that's a good point, Stormy. You need to be friends with her. You don't want to be enemies. That's a promise. I promise you don't want to. And the biotin for hair growth. Watch taking it, women. It's got something that affects your. Oh, doodle. Jesus. Monthly program only we have. Yes, I get it. I will warn my wife because she just got that stuff and started, I think. So
Oh,
thank you,
wow,
dear.
Miss Dakota.
Appreciate it.
That's crazy. Hmm.
Mama Bear, I had the same problem last week. My doc said the iron
Double.
levels
That's
are
rough.
almost double the normal. Jeez.
Are you eating lots of
Are
raw
you eating a lot
meat?
of red meat or something?
Yeah. I'm like, wow.
That's a lot, guys. Be careful with that because that can be dangerous in some sense. You know who
Mm-hmm.
Dakota looks like?
Hmm.
Do you guys remember the movie? I'm sure you do. The Great Outdoors, John Candy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Buck
Mm-hmm.
Jr. or Buck, the kid, his son,
Mm-hmm.
he meets this girl while they're there on vacation. Okay, Cassie, I think her name was. I think it was Cassie. I think what I might Cammy. Cammy. Her name was Cammy, not Cassie. She wasn't sassy enough to be a Cassie. Anyway, she didn't harass people over stupid shit either. But anyhow, this girl, Dakota, you look just like that actress. I can't think of what her name was.
Yeah, I can kind of
Um,
see that. Yeah.
you know what I'm talking? I think it's their
Mm-hmm.
eyes, maybe in that, at least in that picture there. She looks just like her though. It's crazy. Um, some appliances are kept hidden in the top left. Oh my God, Phil.
I don't eat much red meat. I do eat peanuts or anything like that. Yeah, peanuts wouldn't make your iron.
A little bit. You get more protein out of those than iron.
Yeah. That's why I'm like,
There might be something else that's jumping that up, though, Dakota. There might be something going
yeah,
on within your body that's making that level jump up higher than what it
that's
should be,
great.
especially if you're not taking anything. Our bodies react weirdly to different chemicals and stuff like that. So you never know. And our own chemicals, too. So, Dakota, it's called The Great Outdoors with John Candy. There's a female actress in there that becomes the girlfriend of the son. You look a lot like her.
It's an 80s movie.
Yes, for us older people.
Yeah.
I know, Cassie. I love you too. It's all in good fun. All in good fun. Um, Weed whacker with feathers. Oh my God, Phil, are you in that mood today? Phil's in that mood today too.
Tandy said Cammy.
It is Cammy. Yes, Cammy. Thank you, not Cassie. Like I said, she doesn't harass people and have enough sassy to be a Cassie. So just saying. Anyway, between Doodlebug, Phil, and Cassie, like this should be an interesting show today. Phil
Yeah.
usually doesn't get started that quick, but Lucy Deakins. Thank you. I was just gonna look that up. Lucy Deakins. Damn, Tandy, you're on the ball today.
She's an usher. Yep. Young actress from Uncle Buck. I'm not even going to try and say that word.
Yep, I'm gonna try to show you right. Well, she was in Law and Order too. I forgot about that. And the weird dude, the boy who could fly. She was in that movie too.
What
I'm trying
movie?
to find a photo. The boy who could fly. Remember the kid that would go stand out. The kid that would go stand out on his window and then he just disappear and come to be he could fly.
Mm, not really. I'm sure I've seen it. I just don't. Yeah.
Here, let me show you a picture of her in that movie. Um, and there's also with the kid. This is the boy who could fly here, and that's the actress right there. It's not really a great shot of her, but nope, that's still not that great. Come on, show her face.
Dakota
Still,
said, I don't think I've seen any of her movies, but she could be my mom. LOL. She's the same age as my mom.
she could be because you guys look a whole lot alike. I'm telling you, look at that picture there and look at her.
My screen's.
They're not really showing her eyes real good, but I think it's the eyes that's making me think. Then maybe the
Mm,
hair.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Arctic Fox in the chat. What's happening, brother? Good
All
to
right.
see you. Busy, 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 busy. Me again, Margaret. Busy man, busy man. Your link's in chat, brother. Whenever, if you can join us, whenever you want to. Same with Doodles. Anyway, that's Lucy Deacon. So thank you for the name again. Candy, I had no clue. I couldn't find it. So she is very pretty, as obviously you are. So I just, when I look at your avatar, it really reminded me of that. And I couldn't think of who it was. Oh, wait, you didn't? Yes, you did. Liar. You're messing with me. I give you one every damn morning, bro. You usually get yours first. Hold on.
What? He gets his
Oh
links
my
in
God,
May.
he didn't get one. Well,
Who, who
not
did?
recently. Used to be, but oh shit, that's why. Because I screwed that. That's my fault, Arctic. Hold on, bud. I
Mikey said, how many coffees you had, brother?
5. I am a little wired today. If you
Jesus, I
can't
can
tell,
tell.
yeah, if you can't tell, but I'm happy. I'm in a good mood. I don't feel bad, so that's important. All right, Arctic. I'm sorry, brother. Seriously. There it is. You got it now. I feel bad. Yeah, I usually drop his, yours, Doodles, like bing, 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 and I must have bounced over his because I was talking to Doodle, and then I was putting the links in. I can't multitask whatsoever. And there he is. Good morning, sir. Sorry about that, bro.
Ah, no worries, no worries. I was running a little behind. I was right in the middle of filming one of my premieres that I'm gonna have today. When I got the message that you were fixing to go live, I was like, "Well, it's gonna have to wait for just a little bit because I
Oh,
can't."
no worries. No worries. We're not. We haven't even started in yet. We're just gabbing because
Yep.
I'm so wired. I'm talking 100 miles a
I've
minute.
got two premieres coming up. I've got today. I've got one at 4 o'clock and one at 6 o'clock. So
Wow. You've been
Awesome.
busy.
Take that down, you guys, so you can be there for those, please. Pigeon. We heard about that last night, Phil. Poisoning pigeons in the park. We heard about the song. We also heard about the other song that wasn't supposed to be played that mom had to tear her computer down to get it to shut down. So,
Oh.
Okay, Phil, no problem. Last night at mom's, she was talking about the song that Phil had her play, and she
Mhm.
played the wrong song, and it was like mom was trying to take it down because she didn't want to hear it was a horrible song, and like had to
Oh,
tear her
yeah.
computer apart. It was bad. So it was a great show last night, though. Thank you guys again for those of you that were over at Mine of Monsters last night. It's always a good time over there. It really is. Arctic was over there with her and Miss Kimber. They covered I can never say his name right off the top of my head. He's a foreign name. What was the name again, Arctic?
Middick,
Middick. Yes.
Lars
Lars
Mitnick, or
Middick.
something like that.
I
Yeah.
think it's Matak or Middick or whatever, but very interesting story, by the way. Very, very interesting story. I do not have any dolls in my hands, Tandy. Jump off the bandwagon. See what you did, Cassie? Oh my God. Thought we were friends, Tandy. 30 likes in the house. 35 peeps. You guys rock and roll. I love it. Appreciate you guys. Chris is in the house. What is up, brother? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. Yeah, this is cup number 6. So if I seem like I'm flying, that's why.
Man.
I think I probably did an entire presidential speech in the past 15 minutes. So Abigail Carpenter, welcome. Good to see you. So yes, last night, Mom did a show over there at 8:30, as she does every night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be our time. And it goes till it was about midnight or 12:30 last night. Always a good time, though. Always a good time. And Arctic was on panel with her and Miss Kimber. Miss Kimber co-hosts, of course. Poor Kimber. She works all day long and is probably exhausted by those times of nights, and she has a tendency to fall asleep sometimes when she's up there. And I just it's great. I love it. Chris said he'll rewatch both premieres because he has to work. I missed Doodle this morning. I came in late because I had Junie here. I was making breakfast and all that for her. And as I come in, I think Cassie was late to it too. I come in, it was ending. I was like, damn it. Damn it. Always. Mama Bear, 28 months. Happy Dagoversary to you. God, I thought you just had your 24 month one.
I know.
Didn't you just have that like
4
3
months
days ago or something? That's weird.
I don't know.
Wait a minute. What did I just see? Well, thank you, Mama Bear. Yeah, I know how much we appreciate you and how much you're loved. And I appreciate you sticking this out over here at this crazy channel for so very long. And I hope you got 28 plus more months to go with us too.
Of course.
As
Not
long
going
as
anywhere.
I know. As long as I'm here, I hope you're here because I really do appreciate you so very much. And everybody loves you. So plus we're growing the Crime Time with Mama Bear channel. We'll be doing stuff over there here soon too.
Yep.
Very much so. Very much so. So I saw Doodle make a statement here that really threw me off back up a little bit here. So I have a hot date at 4 and 6 p.m. You have 2 of them?
Yep. With
What are you
Arctic.
doing there, dude? You trying to catch up? Oh, okay. Yes, the premieres. Gotcha. You threw me off completely, dude. I'm like, what are you doing here? Like, been that long? You're taking 2 different dates? What are you doing? I thought you was being serious for a minute. I got it. Let me see. Or bacon grease, Danny. What the hell? You guys are in a completely different conversation. I'm trying to catch up to. So again, for those of you that just popped in, guys, we're looking into the case of Lyndsey Buziak. She was murdered. Horrible, horrible story. She was a real estate agent that was called to go meet up to look at a house and never left. Are you familiar with this one, Mama Bear or Arctic, at all?
I'm not real familiar with this one. The name sounds familiar, but I've never really looked at it that much.
There's some interesting pieces in this, a couple little twists, and I have a couple other little things. I couldn't decide which one I wanted to throw up after this, depending on how long it takes. So we'll see what happens. I'm trying to keep these below 5 hours so that other people can get their time in too. I felt bad yesterday hearing that. I'm like, my God, I feel horrible. I don't mean to run them that long, but I start talking about things and I don't control my times and stuff, and I don't pay attention as much as I should. So I'm really trying to work on that. I promise you guys. It is, Chris. It's a Canadian cold case. I've been looking into the Canadian ones recently, and even some in the UK, trying to bring all those in here with us as well, because I don't think they get nearly enough airtime. So there's a couple I've looked at over there too. Have either of you looked into the Katie Ferguson case?
I have.
I think we have.
I have no doubt in my mind that her boyfriend is the one that's responsible for Katie's disappearance.
Didn't we cover that one, Bear? It's been a while. I swear we did.
Which one?
Katie Ferguson. Didn't we do that?
That sounds familiar. Katie
Swear.
Ferguson.
I know that I've covered it, and I know that Dawn covered it over on Southern Gala True Crime.
When did she go missing? Or what happened? Like when it happened?
Hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull her flyer up real quick, and I'll send it to you.
Okay. It is, Chris. It's a very strange and weird situation. Which are the ones that I seem to be attracted to. Doodle said yes, and her mother is so upset. Wait, is this another conversation? Or are we talking about the Katie Ferguson situation, Doodle, or something else? Doodle said you did. It's the one where his floorboard was cut. Aha. Yes, I did. That's right. I remember it. It's been a while, but we did do it.
Oh, yeah.
I've covered a lot of these, but there's so many that I forget them. Thank you, Doodle, for reenacting.
Yeah, the floorboard was
reactivating my brain. Appreciate that.
I'm like, it sounds familiar, but
I'm just trying to think of the year now. It's gonna drive me nuts. All right, let me see something here, as we're still got people popping in. Appreciate you guys very much. Again, thank you guys for hitting that like button too as you're coming through the door. That means a lot, guys, and it is so very much appreciated. I want to put this up and out first. Let me find it here in our Doodlebugs channel.
All right, Dago, if you look in Discord, I put Katie and a flyer of her boyfriend who's responsible, in my opinion, for her disappearance in there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, Doodle. That's awesome. Very awesome. Again, there's our link to the awesome and amazing Miss Doodlebug. We're about to watch a video of hers here real quick. If I can find it in here. Where did it go?
Well, he's going to kick your ass.
Walt. Walt, listen to me, sir. I love you first and foremost, but we live very close together, sir, and I can find you quickly, okay? Won't take long. Just remember that, sir. But that's okay. Moonlight Baby, welcome. Good to see you. Brady B, welcome, dear. I hope you're doing well today. Doodle, where is this video at? Where is it? Why can't I find it? Aha, because I was on the wrong I'm such a dingbat. Sorry.
What do you mean, Brandy? You have your wrench. Oh.
Put your glasses on, Brandy. I've seen that, Chris. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that very much. I've been looking at UK stuff as well. Again, it's hard to find these things, but all right, guys. First and foremost, I want to check this out. What's your toy channel name? Playdate with Dago. Oh God, Stormy. That sounds more like a OnlyFans thing to me. Sorry, and I am not about that. So sorry. I got on my 4 Angel shirt today for the floor 4. I hadn't seen that in a while. It was folded up in the bottom of a drawer. I'm like, no, I need that top for it so I can wear that more often. So Virginia's in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're enjoying your lunch. Make sure you have your glasses on, Miss Brandy, so you can see. Not a play date. right. Become one of Miss Doodlebug's A4RC's Angels and click that subscribe. Click that like, subscribe, and become an advocate for real change. Do it, Phil said. That's the demand. So it's a great idea. Again, the video we're about to watch, Miss Doodle put together about baby Lisa Irwin, who was stolen from her crib October of 2011 out of Kansas City, Missouri, guys. A very sad situation. And the saddest part of the whole thing is, like I said, this morning, Doodle and I were talking about this. There's nothing that we can really find on this to be able to put a real story out other than what Doodle's done on this. It's very sad and disgusting to me that there was not any more attention paid to this. So I don't know. So we're going to play this, and I'm going to keep digging on this to see what else I can find. And I'm sure once it's played that others are going to be looking into it too. And maybe we can all come together and we can find some other stuff with this. So again, thank you, Doodle, for doing this. You did a great job, as always. Let me know how the audio is on this.
It was a seemingly ordinary night in Kansas City, Missouri, on October 3rd, 2011. Families across the city were settling in for the evening, unaware of the tragedy that was about to unfold. In a small home on North Lister Avenue, 10-month-old Lisa Irwin was being put to bed by her mother, Deborah Bradley. Little did anyone know that this would be the last time Lisa was seen. The quiet of the night was soon shattered when Lisa's father, Jeremy Irwin, arrived home from work around 4 a.m. to find his daughter missing from her crib. The front door was unlocked, and 3 cell phones were gone. Panic and confusion seized the young parents as they frantically searched for their baby girl. The nightmare that no parent should ever experience had become their reality. As the sun rose on October 4th, 2011, the Irwin home became a whirlwind of activity. Police descended upon the scene, neighbors gathered in disbelief, and a frantic search for baby Lisa began. Deborah Bradley told authorities she had last seen Lisa around 6:40 p.m. the previous evening when she put her to bed. Jeremy Irwin, returning from a late work shift, discovered Lisa missing and immediately called 911. The initial investigation revealed inconsistencies in the parents' accounts of the night, raising suspicions and fueling speculation. The lack of forced entry, the missing cell phones, and conflicting timelines became central to the case, leaving investigators with more questions than answers. The disappearance of baby Lisa sent shockwaves through Kansas City and beyond. As days turned into weeks, the mystery deepened and theories surrounding Lisa's whereabouts abounded. Law enforcement meticulously investigated every lead, pursuing the possibility of an abduction, parental involvement, or even a tragic accident. Some witnesses reported seeing a suspicious man carrying a baby around the time of Lisa's disappearance, while others questioned the parents' actions and changing narratives. The investigation took many twists and turns, with cadaver dogs brought in to search the property and polygraph tests administered. Despite the tireless efforts, the truth remained elusive, leaving Lisa's fate uncertain. Despite the passage of time, The search for Lisa Irwin has never stopped. Law enforcement remains committed to finding answers, with the case periodically revisited and new leads explored. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has been instrumental in keeping Lisa's story alive. They have worked closely with investigators, providing resources and expertise to aid in the search. Age-progressed photos of Lisa have been released over the years, offering a glimpse into what she might look like today. The hope is that someone, somewhere, might recognize her and come forward with information that could finally bring her home. Section 5, The Power of Awareness, Keeping Hope Alive. In missing person cases like Lisa's, public awareness is not just important, it's crucial. The more people who know Lisa's story, the greater the chance that someone holds the missing piece of the puzzle that could lead to her whereabouts. Every flyer shared, every social media post, every conversation keeps her memory alive and increases the possibility of a break in the case. The power of the public's collective eyes and ears cannot be underestimated. We've seen time and time again the impact of community involvement in bringing missing children home. Even the smallest detail, something seemingly insignificant, could be the key to unlocking the truth and reuniting Lisa with her family. Section 6. Every tip counts. The public's role in finding Lisa. While the investigation remains ongoing, law enforcement cannot do it alone. They rely heavily on the public to be their eyes and ears. Every tip, no matter how small or insignificant it may seem, could be the missing link. Perhaps you remember seeing something unusual around the time Lisa disappeared, or maybe you've heard a rumor or a story that just doesn't sit right. Don't dismiss your instincts or hesitate to come forward. Contact your local law enforcement agency or the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They have dedicated tip lines where you can share information anonymously. Your call, your tip, could be the one that finally brings Lisa home. Section 7. Technology and Hope Tools for Finding Missing Children. In the years since Lisa's disappearance, technology has advanced significantly, offering new tools and resources in the fight to find missing children. Social media platforms have become powerful tools for sharing information and raising awareness. Age progression technology, like that used to create updated images of Lisa, provides a vital glimpse into what a missing child might look like today. DNA technology continues to advance, offering hope that even the smallest piece of evidence could lead to identification and answers. Law enforcement agencies and organizations like NCMEC are constantly evolving their strategies, utilizing cutting-edge technology to maximize their efforts and bring hope to families desperately searching for their loved ones. Section 8. Lisa's Story, a reminder for vigilance and action. The disappearance of Lisa Irwin serves as a stark reminder of the importance of vigilance and community action. It highlights the vulnerability of children and the need for proactive measures to keep them safe. Talk to your children about stranger danger, be aware of your surroundings, and report any suspicious activity to the authorities. Lisa's story is a tragic reminder that these cases can happen anywhere, to anyone. But it's also a testament to the unwavering love of a family who refuses to give up hope and a community determined to bring their little girl home. Section 9. Join the search, bringing Lisa home. Today, we ask you to join the search for Lisa Irwin. Share her story, her photo, and her information on social media. Talk to your friends, your family, and your neighbors. Even the smallest action can make a world of difference. Someone out there knows something. Let's work together to bring Lisa home.
Another patrol car showed up to help search, even using a spotlight to brighten darkened areas there. Lisa Irwin was reported missing October 4th at 4 in the morning. Police have followed up on hundreds of leads, none of which have panned out. Lisa Irwin was 10 months old when she disappeared, 14 months old today.
Lisa Irwin was last seen. Beth, what can you tell us?
Elizabeth, Lisa Irwin was put to bed last night at 10:30 in her home right behind me. She was wearing a purple outfit with little white kittens on it. She's just 10 months old. Well, when her father returned home from work this morning at about 4 o'clock, she was nowhere to be found. Neighbors couldn't believe their ears.
Kind of numbing.
A child missing, their homes searched by FBI agents.
My husband said they're FBI, and I thought he was kidding. I thought it was some kind of inspection or something. I go, what's going on here? And then they said it was a baby, and I just about fainted.
Detectives searched nearby apartments and even dumpsters, taking away these paper bags of possible evidence. Police tell us 10-month-old Lisa Irwin was abducted between 10:30 last night and 4 this morning. One man in the neighborhood saw a suspicious person walking with a baby at midnight. His wife detailed the scenario.
He was carrying a baby and he kind of was pushing it against his chest. And my husband kept looking at him, and then the gentleman just kind of kept walking.
Now this mother regrets not acting sooner.
He wanted me to call the cops, and I hate that I didn't call him last night, but I didn't think anything of it, just seeing somebody walking, and now I wish I would have.
They reported the sighting to police this morning as neighbors woke up.
And that's the thing right there. I've been saying this. Arctic says it, Mama Bear, Doodle, Mom, Dutch. Listen, if you see something, even if you look at somebody and something looks questionable, that means it is. Act on it. Don't let it go, because that right there, that could have stopped whatever happened possibly if that was the situation, okay? And I'm not like coming down on anybody. I'm just saying, when I'm always yelling, stop minding our own business and make, see something, say something, all those things, guys, that right there is a perfect example of that situation. That's why. So absolutely. If you see something that makes you uncomfortable, that makes you think twice, that makes you look twice, make that phone call. Absolutely. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that.
To police lights in their streets and helicopter sounds in the sky.
These things seem to be happening a lot more often. You hear it on the news. We have the Amber Alert program. In the 50s, we never.
Okay, Dodo said the guy at 4 a.m. was Lisa's father. I'm just saying, as based on what this woman said, if you see a situation that makes you uncomfortable, I'm not saying that was that one. I'm saying if you see something like this, that could be the one thing that could break the case, that could have stopped the situation, that could save somebody at that point. That's all I'm saying is, that was a good example of that kind of a situation. And then if it's not what it was, you find out that it wasn't, that's fine. You deal with the consequences if there are any. Typically, there's not going to be. You're just being safe. But at that point in time, you do the right thing or follow your gut, whatever you want to call it. Something makes you uncomfortable, you act on it. That's all. Thank you, Doodle, for making that understandable, though.
Never had Amber Alert.
Shocked and saddened, this kidnapping happened just around the corner.
And I hope they find that baby alive.
Police say he is not a suspect in baby Lisa's disappearance. However, you have some absolutely extraordinary information about what happened that night, the night the child disappeared, and what you saw. Tell us.
Well, Jersey did handyman work for our next door neighbor that lived obviously next door to us. And he was around a lot, and we got to know him as an acquaintance. And he, talked to us on many occasions. And our neighbor told us that the night that baby went missing, the man who was seen coming up the street came and went on our property and through our next door neighbor's gate and up, we're going up towards, there's a hill that goes up towards some townhomes that are behind us.
Now, what do you know about Jersey? What are your thoughts about him? I understand that he is behind bars on a burglary charge of some sort. But again, he's not considered a suspect in this case. But do you have any thoughts about him, his character, his personality?
Well, he definitely was suspicious and kind of shady, I would say. He kind of just comes out of nowhere. He never is specific on where.
Police say he is not a suspect in baby Lisa's disappearance. However, you have some absolutely extraordinary information about what happened that night, the night the child disappeared, and what you saw. Tell us.
Well, Jersey did handyman work for our next door neighbor that lived obviously next door to us. And he was around a lot, and we got to know him as an acquaintance. And he, talked to us on many occasions. And our neighbor told us that the night that baby went missing, The man who was seen coming up the street came and went on our property and through our next door neighbor's gate.
Never mind all our worries. If you do it maybe
been listening to what he had to say overnight, and we're joined live this morning by KMBC9's Brenda Washington now. And Brenda, we understand that Kansas City police have also interviewed this man as well.
That's right. Mike Thompson says he's spoken to police at least once about what he saw on the night that he was heading home on his motorcycle. He says he waited about a week after baby Lisa's disappearance to call police because he said he didn't make the immediate connection between what he saw and baby Lisa's disappearance. Around 4 a.m., he sees a man walking down the street with a baby. The baby, he says, had on a diaper. The man, a short-sleeved shirt. Neither dressed for the cold night. Well, Mike Thompson, who again was heading home on his motorcycle near Randolph and Northeast 48th, describes what caught his attention.
Well, 4 o'clock in the morning, 45 degrees, the baby don't have a blanket, a coat, or nothing. And this guy's walking down the street. I thought it was kind of weird.
Now, Thompson claims that the baby that he got a glimpse of, he believes resembled baby Lisa, and he says he would recognize the man again if he saw him. Now, you can hear more of his exclusive interview with ABC's Good Morning
Take
America.
a close look at the top left corner. You'll see a man dressed in white leaving a wooded area 2:30 in the morning the night Lisa disappeared. Witnesses say they saw a man carrying a baby that night, and you really can't tell in this video if he's carrying anything or not. Now, we asked the family's attorney about this video and about the police search of the family home.
It really breaks your heart that we have been looking the wrong direction. And as a result of that, we might not get the happy ending that we want.
It's not the left versus the right. It's what is wrong and what is right. We've got to stand up and fight for our children. The world is paying to be blind.
They say he is not a suspect in baby Lisa's disappearance. However, you have some absolutely extraordinary information about what happened that night, the night the child disappeared, and what you saw. Tell us.
Well, Jersey did handyman work for our next door neighbor that lived obviously next door to us. And he was around a lot, and we got to know him as an acquaintance. And he, talked to us on many occasions. And our neighbor told us that the night that baby went missing, the man who was seen coming up the street came and went on our property and through our next door neighbor's gate and up, we're going up towards, there's a hill that goes up towards some townhomes that are behind us.
Now, what do you know about Jersey? What are your thoughts about him? I understand that he is behind bars on a burglary charge of some sort. But again, he's not considered a suspect in this case. But do you have any thoughts about him, his character, his personality?
Well, he definitely was suspicious and kind of shady, I would say. He kind of just comes out of nowhere. He never is specific on.
The first question that I need to ask you this morning, okay, is what involvement did you have in the disappearance of Lisa?
None. The only thing I did wrong was drink that night and possibly not be alert, not here. I'm sorry.
In that answer, what did you hear?
We didn't see those deceptive indicators. She answered the question directly.
I wish Doodle was up here right now. So we're going to talk about this after the fact. Welcome, Leslie and Billy. Thank you so much for joining us today, and be careful out there driving. We love having you here, Paula. It's wonderful to to have you here so very much. Wow. That was great. Doodle, absolutely amazing. Great video. You're definitely getting better with editing. Mama Bear, give me 1 second. My dogs are going nuts. I can be right back.
Okay.
Sorry, it was just Mrs. Dago coming home early. No, you did an amazing job with that. Your skills are definitely getting way better. You bypassed me like by a mile, so great stuff on that. And I'm definitely perplexed with this case. I'm very curious. So, well, Arctic Mama Bear, any thoughts on this at all? Okay. Arctic said, nope, I'm jumping out the window. I don't want to talk about it later, guys. Poof, out he goes.
I got distracted with ghosts, so I didn't get to hear all of it.
That's okay. It's okay. Any thoughts at all, Arctic, on this? What are your thoughts maybe on what you think or anything?
I don't know. I mean, that one's always one that's puzzled me. I do know that the parents got dragged without any merit through the press on that one.
Mhm.
And it was very similar to what, Summer Wells and Sebastian's parents have gone through. I just wish that we could get some answers after all these years for the family.
Wait, okay, so that Debbie woman, what are your thoughts with her? The one
I
they
don't know.
interviewed?
Yeah, I don't know what to think. I don't. I mean, I'm just at a loss on that.
Yeah, I got that too. And then Jeremy, the father, Doodle, what are you? Yeah, he rang off to find Lisa. What do you think on this, Doodle? Was somebody taking a bath?
It's her fish tank.
Oh, I was like, what the hell?
I guess it should say turtle tank.
Oh, gotcha.
I was hoping with this mic you couldn't hear it.
That's a very clear mic. Sounds great. Your voice sounds great though. Hey Peggy, good to see you. So this Jersey guy, obviously there's definite suspicion with him, but he's in prison for burglary right now, she said. And she said she feels like it was Jersey. That's kind of where I was too. I'm gonna keep looking on this, see what else I can find though. That's just, I'm really floored. That was a great video. I'm very impressed. And that gives you a decent amount of info on it. So I want to keep looking into it though, very much so. Crazy situation. Now there is another. I don't know if this was seen. This came out 12 years ago. It's about a neighbor of the family where Lisa lived that spoke out. Doodle says also one of the stolen cell phones that was stolen called Jersey's ex-girlfriend. That's interesting. Quite interesting. Yeah, I don't know if you guys, or Doodle, I don't know if you saw this. It does say a lot. It tells its own story by itself. But this was a conversation with the neighbor they had, I believe, speaking out. Good morning, Miss Crystal. It's been a while. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are going to have a great weekend as well, guys. Great to have you here. Hold on.
We have an exclusive interview tonight with Mary Hurt. She is a neighbor of Lisa's family. Police, I understand.
Now, some of this may be in Doodle's come out, that some of the stuff that was in Doodle's video, but like I said, there wasn't a lot I could find. I did grab the stuff I could, so I'm gonna throw this in here for you guys too.
Checked her.
Does the audio sound okay, Arctic and Mama Bear?
Yep.
Okay. I figured you probably saw it, dude.
Property for suspicious footprints. Mary, first of all, thank you for joining us tonight. I know you are here to be of service in the frantic effort to find this adorable, precious, helpless child. What do you know about this man known as Jersey? Police say he is not a suspect in baby Lisa's disappearance. However, you have some absolutely extraordinary information about what happened that night, the night the child disappeared, and what you saw. Tell us.
Well, Jersey did handyman work for our next door neighbor that lived obviously next door to us. And he was around a lot, and we got to know him as an acquaintance. And he, talked to us on many occasions. And our neighbor told us that the night that baby went missing, the man who was seen coming up the street came and went on our property and through our next door neighbor's gate and up, we're going up towards, there's a hill that goes up towards some townhomes that are behind us.
Now, what do you know about Jersey? What are your thoughts about him? I understand that he is behind bars on a burglary charge of some sort. But again, he's not considered a suspect in this case. But do you have any thoughts about him, his character, his personality?
Well, he definitely was suspicious and kind of shady, I would say. He kind of just comes out of nowhere. He never is specific on where he's been or where he's going. You'd kind of see him around the neighborhood and just pop in and talk to you. He was always friendly, but he definitely let us know in the last probably week before all of this happened that he was wanted for an outstanding warrant that he had for his arrest, which was kind of a shock to us. So definitely.
Did you ever see him with the woman who was apparently at one point his girlfriend, who says that she got a call from the phone that was stolen at the very same time, purportedly, that the child was taken from the home?
Yes, and I've actually spoken to her as well. She was often at the neighbor's house hanging out with him, and the neighbor had taken her home a couple times, so she was definitely around. I definitely saw her.
And how do you know you saw her? Is it because of her hair color? Because she has a distinctive hair color.
Well, her hair color was different then, but
yeah, they said it multiple times that he's not a suspect. I don't understand how. It perplexes me truly. Girlfriend is also suspicious. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into this more and see what I can find in other ways, possibly. I don't know. Crystal said it reminds her of John Bonet. Are you having internet issues today, Arctic? Or
yeah. I've never understood why they haven't considered him a suspect either.
I don't get it. Doodle, do you know if they interrogated him at all? And or the girlfriend? I mean, the guy's sitting in prison right now on burglary charges. You would think that's the best place to grab him at. But that's kind of my thought on who I have a strong suspicion of, truly. But
you talk to someone once you can see the facial. I've seen pictures of her in the media since then. As soon as I saw her, I was like, that is his girlfriend, because we already knew her name and we knew her age, and it all fit. And seeing a picture of her on the news, definitely it was her. But she has since changed. I mean, her hair was.
Doodle says, my thing is they saw a guy holding a baby in a diaper. Mom says that she had on purple shorts, and they found purple shorts, a shirt, and tape dispenser on the parents' property. Yep. Interesting.
Was not pink when she was hanging around at that house.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, I just now seen you. Good morning, SRBBBB. Afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a great day today.
Hi, SRB.
Mary Hurt, you are the neighbor of this missing child's family, and you said you had sort of an eye line or right next to the home where this Jersey character, a homeless man who did yard work, was doing yard work possibly that night for a family that was on vacation. Now, what did police do? I understand they took some footprint molds. Tell us about that.
Right. Well, the way that the sprinklers were laid out, it made an area that was kind of muddy there, dirt filled that made it into mud. So they took some footprints the next morning. Other than that, we hadn't had any other rain, so it was pretty dry everywhere else. But Jersey was in
So
the
you're
area
saying
that day.
at the neighbor's house that he was working at, they took footprints. What were Jersey's movements to your knowledge that day?
Well, I saw him earlier in the afternoon between 12 and 1. And then when I got home at 9:30, the sprinklers were still on, and they were in the same exact spot, which is extremely odd. And then when we next checked at 11, they were off. So we know or assume that he had to have been there to turn those off at 11 o'clock.
Did you see him? When was the last time you saw him?
About between 12 or 1 that afternoon before I left to go run some errands.
Okay, so hours before, at least 5 hours before about 5 hours before the mom goes and gets wine from the store and comes back with a box of wine.
Right.
Okay, so he was in the area that day, but we don't know exactly how long he was there. However, based on what you know about your neighbor who was out of town, if the sprinklers were moved, you would assume that he was there to move the sprinklers because he was the one taking care of that yard.
Yes, that's correct.
And then tell us about the dumpster and how far it's away from this house that's next to you, because there was a fire. I think it was about 2:30 in the morning at that dumpster. What do you know about that dumpster?
Well, that dumpster, if you walk to the top of the hill in my backyard, you can see it. It's, I live a hill in the backyard, and then it goes down the other side, and there's townhomes down there, and that's where that dumpster fire was.
And so out of nowhere, the very night this child disappears, there's a fire in a dumpster behind the house where this guy is working, who just happens to be the ex-boyfriend of a woman who gets a phone call from a phone that was purportedly taken from the house at the time the child's kidnapped. Boy, it's very, very complicated. And there's a lot of things that don't make sense.
Doodles backstage, lit her up.
Sorry, Junie was just talking to me. My apologies. The llama's in the house.
I don't have the power anymore.
Why? I didn't take that away from you. You should be able to do that.
I know, but when I'm sharing, I don't have any of my whistles and bells and stuff.
Oh, you're under the other name. That's right. Sorry. That's okay.
So how this come about was a lady that swears that the morning after this, she worked at a Denny's, okay, and she lives in Illinois. The
Mhm.
lady says that she held baby Lisa that morning because she was the host there. So she brought the high chair over and held baby Lisa. Well, the people that were there were like, they stood out to her because they had like 4 or 5 different kids, and none of the children looked alike, and Lisa looked like she was dirty compared to the other kids. Well, then she had no idea about any of this until the next day when she saw it on the news. So she called in to the Missouri State Highway Patrol with a tip. She never heard anything back. They never called her back, none of that. So as she's telling me this, I'm gathering all this information. So I bring out 2 random people and I add Jersey's photo in the middle. Out of all 3 of those people, she chose Jersey. And that's at the end of my video. You can see where she says in the beginning, the guy had a hat on. And then I sent her that picture and said, she picked him. And I said, does this guy look familiar to you then? She said, yes. And I said, put the hat on him. And she said, yeah, that's him. So I called that tip into the Missouri State Highway Patrol and let them know that she originally put that tip in the day after. Yeah, it's crazy. I think you're muted. I can't hear you.
And that was how long ago now that tip went in?
That was 2011, October. The day after this, the day after Lisa was kidnapped, is the day that she put the tip in. When she saw the news. Yep. But they did. They ran these parents through complete hell. The mom did fail a polygraph, but you have to understand that when you do this, the polygraph test is nothing. All it does is pick up emotion. Any kind of major emotion that your body has will expel through this test to show that there's some kind of inconsistency. But what she failed on is when they ask her, "Do you know where Lisa is?" Well, of course, this is traumatic for her. So that brings in all this emotion. So they told her she failed, and she said, "There's no way I failed. What did I fail on?" And they go on to tell her that she failed on that question. And she said, "Well, that can't be. I want to see where I failed because I do not know where my daughter is." And they tried to drill her, but she knew she has no idea. They completely tried to destroy these parents, and media did it everywhere. They just instantly, just like we always do, attack parents because it must be them, when at the end of the day, they had nothing to do with this.
And just because the mother, I've seen videos on it, and I don't like to put it out there like that. Talking about, oh, the mother was intoxicated, this, that, and everything else. Guys,
She was, and you can obviously see that she knows that she's in the wrong for that.
of course, but that doesn't, it's not illegal to do that. She was in her own home.
Well, here's the problem. The problem was in the beginning, she said the last time she saw Lisa was at 10:30 p.m. when she laid her down. Then that story changed to 6:30 p.m. was the last time she seen her, and her friend laid Lisa down.
Mhm.
So you know how stuff gets ran with. Well, that kind of made it worse. So once that all got together, everybody started attacking the parents. They did eventually split, but they are back together now. Yep. So it's just it's a big circle of a mess is what it is.
It is. It is.
It's horrible. It's horrible. My thing is with her being so little, this little girl may not even know she's missing.
Right.
My
Yeah.
whole
She
thing
has
is
no idea.
yeah, she may come across this and be like, "Whoa, that's me." You know, what's
And
going on?
that's yeah, 100%. That's kind of my hope in some of these cases that have been where these babies have disappeared when they're that young. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So yeah, truly, truly, truly.
Yeah, Tomboy, that was it. A lot of the discrepancies are because she was drinking. I mean, once you have 2 or 3 glasses of wine, do you really know exactly how many you've had? But she
It-
drank a box, and a box is 20 glasses of wine. So she was just done blackout drunk. Is it right?
Mhm.
No. She had children at home. Again, that is wrong, but that does not mean that she stole her child and took off with it, you know.
No, it doesn't. And I agree with Arctic that these parents were drug. Granted, maybe she shouldn't have drank so much. Okay, you have a baby there. I get it, but that doesn't mean you did something wrong. You were in your own home. What you were guilty of is not hearing something you might have heard if you weren't like that. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. But I mean,
Okay, and I'm sure she's paid for that every day.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she thinks about that every single day. Every day.
Mentally, yes. She's beating herself up, and I think she's damn well taking her punishment for that, in my opinion. Not to
Well, when
mention the fact that her child's never come back, you know?
She also has 2 sons, and they're a little bit older, you know, like 2 or 3 years in between, and when they interviewed the sons said that they aren't even allowed to talk about Lisa, that the mom won't even let them discuss it. Well, they took it like, "Oh, like they forgot her." No, it's because the pain is so much that she can't bear that every day, all day.
Yeah, that's 100% understood and understandable for something like that. I mean, come on. Not to mention, this woman, I guarantee you, I could bet you everything I own, this woman beats herself up every single day. And still has no answers to this situation. And the man that I believe is sitting in prison on this. Now, when he was arrested, or when this tip was re-antiquated into the situation, did they go back and question this guy again?
I'm
Or
not sure.
ever?
I'm not sure because I just put that other tip in the day before yesterday, and she made it the day after. So in October of 2011 is when she did it. So and they automatically cleared this Jersey guy, even though one of the 3 cell phones called his ex-girlfriend, which I think is
That says everything to me, Doodle, right there.
yeah. And her thing is, well, it's just my phone is a community phone. So I went downstairs and went to bed, and I don't know who upstairs would have gotten that call because 4 or 5 other people were up there. It could have been a call for any of them. Not me, of course, not me and it's because it's my phone. I didn't get that call. Horse shit.
Yeah, that doesn't. No, sorry.
Who says here's my phone? Community phone. No.
Exactly. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, this one's definitely interesting. And I really want, like I said, I probably found some of the same stuff you found, but I can't find much more of anything else, and it's really saddening to me.
Yeah, there's not much.
I'm gonna play this next video here. It's 6 minutes. It goes along with it. So if there's anything in here, Doodle, that you see, please, because I'm just gonna use Lisa's case as the secondary one that we're gonna run today on top of Lyndsey's case. So
Okay.
we usually do 2. This is perfect. I really appreciate this too. I was trying to figure out a way on when to put this out. This is perfect for me. So thank you. And thank you for joining us, by the way. I'm grateful.
I won't be able to be up here long. Preston's awake and got everything going, but I'll try.
It's all good. It's all good. At least we can get through this. You know what I mean? The other case is very interesting too. You'll probably be interested in that one if you don't know it already. But just saying, whatever you can do, however long, it's perfectly fine.
Okay.
And I understand completely. So
all right.
Through the woods because a psychic told them to. It's a frigid day and they're trying to solve the mystery.
What's the matter, Doodle?
Well, on top of that, there was one thing too that why people attack the parents so much, because near the mother's side of the bed, cadaver dogs hit on the carpet by her bed, but as it went along, it was a false hit.
And so that's probably one of the reasons why. Go ahead.
Destroyed her, removed her carpet. Everybody was focused on her. She was it. She was the enemy. Everybody just focused on her. And then it was a false hit. Yep.
So again, that explains why law enforcement went at them. That's why they stopped cooperating, because they felt, I get it.
Yeah, they felt like, why are you wasting time here? Why are you on us? Stop it. We're gonna quit cooperating so you can get out and find my kid. Where media took it like, oh, that's it. She's guilty.
As they always do. Yes. Yep. They always do this, you guys. We've seen it how many times? You know what I mean? But then again, you see her coming back even after with the guilt that she's carrying around for being intoxicated.
Yep.
She comes back and says they were just doing their job. Okay. So you got to give her something right there, guys. She knows and understands. And still with that guilt, I feel so bad for this woman, because she was drinking and didn't think, like, because we say this all the time, we never think it's going to be us. Okay.
Right.
You never think it can be you. So, the baby's in bed, this and that, and everything else. And she's just relaxing for the night. This is a mother, by the way, who deserves this, to be able to relax at times. And this happens. So now for all these years, that's never going to go away ever. Right. And I feel bad for her for that. So
I do too. They tried to destroy her.
And we know how law enforcement works. I think sometimes they go a bit overboard with certain things, the way they treat some people, but
I mean, I can't really blame them. That cadaver dog hitting right there, her side of the bed, blackout drunk. You immediately think, oh no, she's done something. She doesn't even realize she's done. Let's search. That baby's around here somewhere. So
that's where
everything apart. No baby.
That's where my butt was coming in right there. Exactly what I was going to say. You're right. And then SRB said too, on top of that, because unfortunately, which kind of leads into what Dula just said. We have seen too many instances where it was the parents. So it's not unnatural to look at them 100%. And it is a lot of times. And I do believe, Doodle, you obviously know this, that in a situation like this, the first people that are looked at are the parents. Am I wrong?
Absolutely. You always want to go for the parents, because what is going on in that home at that hour of the night? Come on, immediately you're going to assume it's someone in this house. You have 2 little boys, you've got mom, and then dad comes home at 4 o'clock and dad sees the baby gone.
Yeah.
So she didn't even know at 4 o'clock. He was able to wake her up at 4 a.m., which tells me she wasn't that blackout drunk.
No. And I messed up. I think I missed it, but because this is my noting now that I'm taking out of this and other things too. But what time was the actual last time that Debbie remembers seeing Lisa, like, face to face?
Well, she starts out saying that she laid her down at 6:30 p.m. to later come out with the truth that the last time she physically saw her was at 10:30. No, she first originally says 10:30, and actually it was 6:30 that evening. To me, that was alarming.
Yeah, it is.
Baby is not going to sleep from 6:30 in the evening up until the next day. What is going on? Why?
Not without waking up, right?
So that was my red flag, and I'm sure that law enforcement looked at that too and thought, "Wait a minute, what? 6:30 in the evening, and then what? You got drunk, and now she's gone." So that's kind of the situation.
Makes sense. It does. There's another good reason why they were looking at her. Like I said, I'm not saying that they weren't run through the ringer for no good reason. I'm saying at this point, after the fact, I feel bad for her because of this situation. Is all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
me too.
It's sad. It is
And when
sad.
they dug up the garden, like all the flower beds, and in all of this, they found purple shorts. Lisa was supposed to last be seen in purple shorts. So they found purple shorts, a shirt, they found tape, a tape dispenser.
Okay, so and where
Somewhere
exactly?
buried.
Where was that found? They were buried.
Yeah, they dug this up, yeah, on that property. So that's why it was so confusing even to law enforcement, because they're like, "Wait a minute, you saw her with purple shorts. Now why are there purple shorts buried here in a garden?
I would have went right.
Something's
Yeah.
not right here." So they dug
I
all
would-
that up, but they found nothing that shows anything except for those items. There was nothing on the items, no blood, no anything on these items, nothing.
At that point, I would have looked right at her too, myself personally.
Yeah,
Finding
me too,
things
me
buried.
too.
That's sorry.
Yeah, me too, me too.
Yeah, that whole thing makes perfect sense at that point. And then, but again, they never one time have looked at Jersey as a suspect on this, right?
They did. No, they did. They cleared him.
Oh, they did. They cleared him. That's right. Okay.
But see, first they had another suspect. This guy was initially got in trouble for stabbing, but they cleared him.
Yeah.
So he was no longer a suspect. But they even got that tip from the lady that got a hold of me. Hopefully they took that seriously. But she didn't directly say it was Jersey. She just said, "I saw this guy," and gave him a description. Well, then when she got a hold of me and gave me,
Yeah.
her whole story, and then I gave her the 3 photos, she chose Jersey. So then
Yeah.
I called that tip in again.
Right. No. And that's I got. I had a couple things backed up over there on the other side of it. But SRB saying, so you mean to tell me that the perp took her out of the house, then took the time to bury the clothes right there? I don't believe that.
think so. I think what happened with the clothing, honestly, is how kids are outside playing. Before you know it, things are in the dirt. It storms, it rains. I'm sure if you dug up my yard, you'd find toys from 20 years ago.
And here's the thing.
Purple shorts. I think
She
was
might
wrong.
have more than one pair of purple shorts too. Think about
And
that.
maybe she was wrong, and the baby was just in a diaper.
That's true. That's it. Yeah, because if she wasn't slightly intoxicated at that point, even early on, that could have been why. Okay, there
Right.
is that.
Yeah.
There is that. Yeah. And it was the witness did say that they saw the man carrying a baby in a diaper. So that kind of relates to that too.
Yeah, and the times between the 2 people, like the neighbors saw this at 12:30. But the other guy, the older man, he says he saw them at 4 a.m. So you mean to tell me this guy walked from 12:30 to 4 a.m.? Because that doesn't make sense. I think the older gentleman is wrong on his time, because I can't see Jersey walking 4 hours with the baby in a diaper and nobody else see him.
No. And again, relate temperature at that when that happened at that time in Kansas City. You should have had anybody is not going to walk around, even if you're a criminal. I wouldn't think stupid enough to walk around with a baby for 4 hours in the cold air.
And it's odd that the guy that had the baby went the same direction as Jersey's ex-girlfriend's apartment, where he had set her car on fire before, and then that night they found the dumpster on fire. So they went to the landfill looking for Lisa, because the dumpster fire was kind of like a red flag to them of, somebody's burning evidence. So they went to the landfill and found nothing. A couple months later, they went to the landfill again, found nothing.
Does Jersey's ex-girlfriend have any kind of a criminal background? Do you know, Doodle?
Nothing major at all. But in her interviews, there are interviews on here of them interviewing her. Her voice is shaky. She cannot look directly in their eyes. And
Nervous.
when she talks about the community phone. Yeah.
Okay. Because I was curious, because a lot of times we know people steal babies for their own whatever. They want them to be theirs, or we know how child trafficking even back then was going on.
And the tipster says that the girlfriend is not the woman that was with Jersey in Vandalia, Illinois.
Gotcha.
The next day.
Huh. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. This is very helpful too. Interesting. This is very interesting, guys. Very interesting.
Later, cops become more suspicious when Deborah changes her story about the last time she saw Lisa. 6:40 p.m., she now claims, not 10:30 p.m. as she originally stated. In an affidavit for the search warrant, cops say Deborah told them she didn't search behind the house because she was afraid of what she might find. Deborah says cops told her, "We think you did it."
Did you harm Lisa? Absolutely not.
Deborah then volunteers to take a polygraph, but she fails.
They said you failed, and I...
Now, see, there's too many red flags that go against Deborah, and I see now why law enforcement really probably did jump on her.
Yeah,
Especially
they
with
did.
that makes sense. That makes a lot
And
of
I
sense.
will honestly say she would have been my number one suspect, and I would have rode her and rode her. I would have kept her in that interrogation room until something would have come about. But you know what? Nothing came about. And they did that. They did just that. And she held her same story. She stands firm on she has no idea. And to find out
And
she didn't. So I
it's
hope
not,
if any of us, anybody watching this is law enforcement, I really hope that you look at this and realize and have a little bit of compassion, just a little bit when you're interrogating.
yeah, I mean, the story, all these years, the story hasn't changed, guys. That says a lot to me, okay? There's nothing they found with her. Obviously, Jeremy was at work. Um, Again, with nothing changing in the story after all these years, I would imagine you can't hold a story on point that well for that long if you had something to do with this, in my opinion. I'm sorry. So,
Right, and they stuck together through most of this. They didn't split until, few years back, which is common between parents that lose a child,
yeah,
either to kidnapping or even in death. A lot of the parents cannot stay together. It just turns into a huge mess, and the other person becomes a reminder of that
of
missing
course.
child, and they part. But
Of
these two
course.
managed to somehow get back together and make it work for the other two children.
That's amazing. That's awesome to hear. Considering, what she went through, I'm sure he probably looked at her a few times himself and was like, "Hey,
Mhm.
what's the deal?" So I
And
get that.
can't say I blame him. I mean, yeah, I really
No,
can't. I can't.
not
I
at
would
all.
be the same way.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely.
Shock. Just like every other the thing that I found out that doesn't make sense, or shock. It's not possible. Why do you think you failed? I don't think I failed.
Despite the results of the lie
And see, even then during that interview, guys, she was looking him dead in the face the whole time she was answering those questions. She didn't look away, she didn't look up, down, she didn't alter, stutter, any of that. So I believe her in that sense right there for sure.
Yeah.
detector, husband Jeremy doesn't believe Deborah has anything to do with Lisa's disappearance.
I don't care. I told him I don't care.
This throws me
It
off.
doesn't matter.
This right here throws me off. What does he
Okay.
mean by he doesn't care? That
Right.
right there got me. I was like, wait, what? Because he's like, it doesn't matter. I don't care. What do you mean? What do you mean you don't? Do you not care if she did have anything to do with it, or you just don't care what anybody says?
I that's what I was taking it as. He doesn't care what anybody thinks, but see how you
Yeah,
could
but
take that
yeah,
either way.
yeah. Because I was like, wait a minute, that just gave law enforcement another red flag.
Yeah,
Come
of
on,
course.
careful with your words here.
Yeah, of course. Especially a situation like that, for real. Absolutely agree.
It doesn't matter at all.
Then another weird twist. The parents hire Manhattan lawyer Joe Tacopina after they say police told them they consider them suspects.
I think sometimes we forget who these two people are and what they're going through.
And it gets weirder. The Irwins hire their own private investigator, paid by an anonymous donor. His name is Wild Bill Stanton, a former bouncer and bodyguard from New York City.
I am a private investigator, and I have been asked to come out here and do an independent investigation.
Wild Bill has baggage. A 2001 cover story for New York Magazine quotes famed PI Bo Dietl saying he couldn't find a black person in Harlem, but Wild Bill's investigation went nowhere. It's been over 4 years, and the mystery of baby Lisa is unsolved. Deborah has never been officially named as a suspect. Jeremy was at work and has what appears to be an ironclad alibi, and cops never found the mystery man seen clutching a child. The family just celebrated Lisa's 5th birthday. Strangers coming from miles around bearing gifts and good wishes.
And I thought we'd support and bring her a little gift and a balloon, a little teddy bear and balloon.
This age progression picture from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children shows what Lisa might look like today if she is still alive.
We can't even imagine what this family's going through.
At numerous candlelight vigils, friends and family hold out hope baby Lisa is still alive. But as the years go on, the case grows colder, and that hope is fading like the winter sun.
All right.
PI that was privately paid, it come out eventually that was friends with the Kansas City Chiefs owner, the
Okay.
owner that owns whoever owned that team at that moment. He actually is the guy that paid for this PI to do it anonymously.
Okay, that makes sense then, because
Yeah.
PIs are not cheap. We know that.
Yeah, I had to figure that out because then I thought, who would do that to pay all of that? Something's not right. This is a normal family. Who has somebody just offer to pay for a PI?
You're
That's
right.
a big guy. Well, I
And
figured out that it was the Chiefs owner.
that makes perfect sense because we talked yesterday. I think it was when Arctic. I think we were talking about private investigators or something like that, and they're expensive as hell, guys. Like $15,000 or more dollars.
Yeah, it's a $15,000 retainer. That's the cheapest.
Yep.
I believe that's what like Steve Fisher and people like that get is that retainer where if you are known and you have many years experience, you're looking 30, 40 grand. Just
Yep.
as a
Oh yeah,
retainer.
yeah. PIs are incredibly outrageous.
Yep.
So an owner of a football team that makes perfect sense there. Absolutely.
I had to figure that out. It was driving me batty because I thought that person could be who did it. You know, I just didn't know.
Of course. Yeah, nobody's just going to come out of the woodwork with 15 grand plus and say,
Yeah.
here you go. There's a gift. But I get that. Makes sense. So, all right, next segment here because I do have a few things, but I couldn't find more than what I have. Unfortunately, I thought there would be, but there really isn't. So
there isn't. That's why I chose hers. And when the lady sent me she got a hold of me, and then Chris Gideon first sent me Lisa's story, and I was like, okay. And then the tipster lady got a hold of me, and I was like, okay, well, we're going to try to see if we can get something on that tip. Like, I need to know who took that tip. Well, they couldn't give me that information, so I just put in the second tip.
There you go.
But then they told me do not air because I was going to do a live with the lady. And they said, please do not do the live. You can do the video, but do not show her, don't let her speak until we follow through. So
Sure.
Hopefully they follow through with this.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good idea. Very good idea. Agreed. All right, let's see what this one has to show. My understanding here, these are just like an interview with the parents answering questions, so on and so forth. And this kind of shows you a little bit more into detail how the parents are. If you're like me and a few of us in here, you watch body language and this and everything else, and it'll give you some answers on that too. So.
I want to get back to our continuing coverage right now of the disappearance of Lisa Irwin.
Okay. No questions asked. Just drop her off with somebody at a hospital, a church, the fire department, the police station, anywhere. Just please bring her home.
Jeremy, as we understand, you came home in the overnight hours. What did you find at 4 a.m. when you walked in the door?
When I came home from work, the front door was unlocked. Most of the lights were on in the house, and the window in the front was open. Obviously, all very unusual. And then I started checking on the kids, checked on the boys first, and then we checked on her. And that's when we realized she was gone.
Can you imagine, Jeremy, if there were anyone who would want to take your daughter, who'd want to harm you or hurt your family?
No. The only thing I could think of is, maybe somebody wanted a baby and she. I hope that's what it is.
What do you want to tell that person other than dropping them off? I mean, what do you want to tell them about Lisa?
She's everything. She's our little girl. She's completed our family, and she means everything to my boys, and we need her home. I can't be without her.
Deborah, how are you explaining to the two boys what has happened? How are they taking all this in?
I just try to tell them, we're gonna stay strong. We're a family. We're gonna pray, and she's gonna come home. We have to be strong for her.
I understand that you were showing pictures to the boys and that you call her pumpkin pie. Can you talk to us about that and what the boys are saying, what they're wondering?
They just, every time we talk to somebody, the police or anything, and we run up and they give us a hug and say, "Did they find her yet?" We always tell them, "Not yet, not yet." It's the only thing we know to tell them.
Can you talk about what's in your hand here?
This is her Barney that she sleeps with every night. Sometimes she won't go to sleep without it, so I'd like to have her back so she can have her Barney and her family, her brothers. We need her home.
Did it look like anything was disturbed in her room? I mean, did anything look out of place other than her not being there?
No. It's like they just walked in and just disappeared.
They took her and took all of our phones so we couldn't call anybody.
They took your cell phone?
Yeah.
Honestly, Critical, at that, we just had that conversation. At this point here, okay, this was 13 years ago, okay? There's a grand possibility that in this back of this man's mind, he was side-eyeing her and looking at her like, he's trying to support her, but at the same time, he's wondering maybe.
Yeah.
I would have been.
It's funny you guys say Dr. Phil because Dr. Phil did actually do an interview with them. I know we can't play. There's no way I could add it to my video because you can't play anything.
You can't play anything. He won't let you touch it.
But they did. They did. He did interview them, and I mean it went well. Actually, he didn't side eye them. He didn't make them feel bad, and he did. The dad does. He does put off some kind of weird vibe. I will say. I mean, even with me, when I watched all this, I was like, oh, I don't know. He looks down a lot.
There's something different on him. Yep, I agree.
But at the same time, he could be a shy guy. His daughter's missing. I mean, he's thinking he could have a million things going through his head right now. Like, where could she be? Could it be so and so? What about the guy down the road? I mean, I don't know how I would react. I don't know that I wouldn't look down and be nervous. But he did, to me, put off a little bit of some weird vibes. So I did kind of focus in on him for a bit. But it gets better later on that it changes.
That's why we're watching this. Yeah, we're watching this to show that because I get right here and now through this interview, I feel she's being real. Okay. I feel that she's genuine in this. He, on the other hand, is the one that's made me a little unnerved here. But so I agree with you on that one. There's something definitely off. But like you said, this could just be that he's awkward. It could be that, again, his daughter's missing. He's not thinking of everything, those types of things.
Or maybe he just didn't realize that she was going to go out and get drunk that night while he was at work. And maybe he was a little pissed.
Yep.
Because who the hell is she to drink while he's at work and come home and the kid's gone? I wouldn't be happy either.
And something that he didn't know was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
And now he's looking at her like, how often do you do this and stuff like that,
So he's probably got 1,000 things in his head going on.
And there you go. Critical says he's acting like he knows she did something. He doesn't look at her as she does at him.
I disagree.
At this moment.
I completely disagree with that.
Yeah,
I respect your opinion, but I disagree. I think he's more upset with the fact she got drunk. He didn't even realize she was drinking, and now his daughter's missing, and he's pissed. That's what
that makes sense.
Kind of it. But I do get the creepy vibe. I do. I can understand that. I do.
Oh yeah, I agree with you on that. Like I said, I was going to bring that up to myself, but I didn't have to. And she, like, I agree with SRB. She's being, in my opinion, she's genuine. We've looked at so many different people that are suspect of different things, and we know body language and stuff like that. Plus, I know what my wife has taught me. She seems genuine to me, and unless she's an amazing actor, which I don't think she is. But yeah, he's definitely vibing in a weird way to me, but there's so many reasons, like Doodle said, that it could be. So there's that.
I don't think he knows that she did anything critical. He doesn't know anything. I think, does he suspect? I think he pretty suspects anything and everything at this moment. This was the next morning.
Yeah, he probably feels like he could have done something and doesn't want to come out with it because at this point he doesn't know how to feel. Right.
Yeah, at this point, he has no information except for his wife was drinking while he was at work. He came home, his daughter's missing, and now they all want to talk to him. That's it.
That's true. Very true. And like I said, he probably doesn't know exactly what to feel right now because this is a lot. And SRB, again, is right, in my opinion. Crying can mean a lot of things. She could be crying, guys, and I'm not putting any blame on her when I say this. I'm just giving you my thought on this. She could be crying truly because she genuinely is upset because the baby's gone. She could be crying because she feels guilty because the baby's gone. She could be crying because she knows that he's probably very or could be very highly pissed off or disappointed in her. Or because she knows the whole public is looking at her like she's a piece of shit. There's a lot of reasons.
They tore that house apart. So yes, they would have checked any suitcases. That's their job. But yeah, I mean, he does look a little bit like this guy's weirded out. He is. It's like
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't know what to think. He's looking down. He's looking at the Barney's what he's doing. He's looking at this Barney, and
Yeah.
he just he just doesn't know what to think here.
And it's like you said, it's only the next day. This is a short period of time since there's still shock, guys. People go into shock over this too. So this, again, you can't really put a lot of emphasis into your thoughts on what this guy's thinking of right now, because unless you've been through it, you don't get it. You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
and hopefully nobody ever has to go through this. That's not.
And please keep in mind that this has been since 2011, and there's not one piece of evidence that shows that either one of them did absolutely anything.
Nope. And I think, like we've talked about with other cases, right along with Sebastian's case up to this point, right along with the Summer Wells case at this point, years later, none of these people have been arrested.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean, Arctic. These people have, if they would have been done,
if they had enough evidence, if they had enough evidence to make an arrest on one of the parents in Lisa's case, or in Summer's case, or in Sebastian's case, there would have been an arrest made by now. It's just like in Kyron Horman's case. Everyone for years has attacked Terry, the stepmother, in that case. If law enforcement had enough evidence to bring charges against Terry, and Kyron's been missing for over 20 years,
right.
Terry would already be sitting in jail if they had the evidence to put her in jail.
Nothing. Guys,
And that's
she's never
kind
been
of why
arrested.
I wanted to bring Lisa's story out, because things aren't always what they look like. Look at how we have the media, from YouTube to media to the huge news stations to Nancy Grace. We go out through here, like we just say, he looks a little suspicious, and we tear these people apart. And the reason I brought this story to light so much is because things are not always as it looks.
Right.
There's
Right.
nothing against these parents. There's nothing against Summer's parents. There is no evidence against Sebastian's parents, and yet we can find them guilty all day long. But if there's nothing to prove that they did anything to their kid, then who the hell are we to destroy parents we don't even know that are going through the worst days of their life?
Yes, ma'am. Amen. Amen. And that's a thing, guys. It's a big problem. These people are going through enough, more than enough, with every one of the cases we've covered. Idaho 4, Sebastian, Summers case, everything, and people attack their families. Okay, that's just as bad, in my opinion, as attacking the victims. Okay, because they're victims themselves. They're going through this situation. Leave them the fuck alone.
Right.
Look,
And I
you
don't
can
know
look
how
at
I
them.
would react. I
Yeah.
would probably look down. I would be a nervous wreck. Would I be like her and cry? Maybe. I may be like him and just like guard myself. I'm not sure. I don't know
Yeah.
how I would react.
And you can look at people, you can think your thoughts, you can try to break things down. Don't verbally attack them. Don't go at them. Come on now. That's just enough. It's so much of it I see happen every day. It's so bad. I'm so tired of seeing it. So, what do we got here? Oh, content warning. Yeah. I agree with that one too, Arctic. So
But there's
anyway,
so many inconsistencies, and there's so much that is alarming in this one. And if you really look, I mean, this is an itty bitty baby. And my goal here is to maybe, just maybe, one day Lisa will see that. She'll see her age progress photos each year and say, whoa, wait a minute. Is that me?
that'd be amazing. That would be
You never
amazing.
know.
Yes. Yeah, there's a few of these cases. In fact, I even say that now when I'm talking about missing posters or something. I'll bring it out. I'll say, hey, if this is you, by the way, reach out. Let somebody know it's you. Let them know you're okay. Because you just never know, you guys. Some of these people that have been missing since they were 1, 2, 3, 4 years old have no idea they're missing. They don't even know that their life has ever been changed or different.
The 70-year-old man, that 70-year-old man that found out he was missing. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, there's been people find out that they were missing simply by trying to enroll in college, and they realize their social security number is not a real social security number.
And the DNA thing. We do our DNA. How cool would it be to do that and find out you're missing your parents are Lisa Irwin's parents, Lisa Irwin's parents here. You could be Lisa. That would be crazy. But the best thing ever.
And thing too is here lately with everybody having to get the real ID, people are finding out that they are not U.S. citizens.
Oh yeah,
And
that's another
they've
one.
lived in the country all their life, as far as
Yep.
they're aware, but they're
Oh my
not.
goodness. Yeah. Oh, that would
Even
hit hard.
even served in the U.S. military, but they're not
Yep.
citizens. So I mean, it's
There's a case that I'm going to be bringing to you guys. I did research on it this morning. This woman went missing in 1981. Did I tear the paper out? I probably did by accident. Anyway, and was not reported missing until 2016 because nobody knew she went missing until her sister died. And when her sister died, they had to run Social Security numbers to figure something out. And it came out that one of her siblings was missing, didn't exist, and hasn't existed for years. And again, 1981 to 2016. Good God, you guys. So it happens all the time. And people don't realize that this is even an issue at some point. So,
right.
That's why doing stuff like this is amazing to me, because now with our new technology, we didn't have this back then. Everybody's on the internet now and scanning through the internet, well, that other case we covered where this woman, we just did it not too long ago. Patty, the Jane Doe one, that the last name I can't think of right now, but Patty, anyway, she was looking through this and saw a sketch and she was like, oh my God, that's me. Why is that me? And turn around, it's her. Okay, per se, so on and so forth. So that's what I mean. There's a lot of these things. Susan, that's it. Thank you, Mom. That's it. Welcome, Mom. Anyway, that's exactly how this stuff can happen, guys. So that's what I'm saying. 100%, Doodle. 100. You are absolutely right. So
I have to hop down, but I'll stay in chat. But I'll be listening. I promise.
Patty Otto, thank you, Mom. Okay, Doodle, no problem. Thank you. Oops, I did it again. Hold on.
Hi, Mom.
Where'd she go?
There was also one dude, I forget what his name was, but he had been watching a 2020 special one night, and he looked at the kid's face. I mean, granted, it was just a baby when he was abducted. He's like, that looks like my baby pictures. And he goes on the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's website, and he starts digging into this particular missing child. And sure enough, it was him. He realized he was missing from a 2020 special that he was watching.
See?
Holy cow.
That's amazing to me. Absolutely amazing. That's why all these things are so very awesome. There's Miss Kimber. Good to see you, Miss Kimber. Mom's here. Mom, your link is in, if you want it, of course, is in Discord. Anyway, I'll shut up and move on. And thank you, Doodle, for helping us with this. Very much appreciate it.
They took all the phones.
They were on the counter in the kitchen, and there was whenever we woke up, and I woke up and
that's also a weird thing to do, you guys. I've never, until this case, heard of somebody taking everybody's phones. Now, did you do it so they couldn't call police or something? Sure, that makes sense, but it's still a weird thing to just take everybody's phones. I don't know if they were looking for something, if they did it so people couldn't call law enforcement or something like that. It's just definitely strange. And yeah, Virginia's right. The stolen phones kind of do point away from them, in my opinion, unless it was something done on purpose to make it look like something. You know what I mean? But still, I don't know. I just, like I said, like we all said, actually, if there was anything with them after all this time, I think one of them or both would have been arrested at this point, truly. So
he came home and he said, she's not in her crib. And I said, what do you mean she's not in her crib? And I just knew, something was really wrong. And we're running around the house and we're screaming for her and she was nowhere. And then I said, call 911, call 911. And he said, where are the phones? And they weren't on the counter where I left them. They were gone.
Did the boys hear anything at all? You said you had to wake the boys. Did they not hear anything coming in the window? Or
I don't think so. The window that was open is nowhere near their bedroom, so I don't think they heard anything. They're both pretty heavy sleepers.
What's on the other side of that window that was left open? Is that the living room window, a bedroom?
It's a computer room where it's an extra living room.
As another day has passed now, how do you move forward with police being here, with your lives being? Have you had any sleep? Tell us what you do today.
We've had a couple hours, but not much. I mean, I close my eyes, I see her. I can't. But I mean, we're just trying to hold it together for our boys and for her, and stay strong for her so that we can try to think of anything or anyone or any reason this might have happened. We still haven't, but
Are you saying both your phones were taken as well?
yeah, three were taken. One wasn't even working, and it was sitting up there next to the other ones. I was reprogramming all the numbers, and all three of them were gone.
What else was missing from your home? Anything else?
We didn't look, but
Nothing
I don't
that
think
we know
so.
of.
I don't think
Nothing that we know
anything.
of.
I mean, we called the cops. We ran outside and waited for him, and he was looking around outside, and I was, just holding my boys, and they were crying, asking what's going on, where's she at, why is she gone, and I mean, the police came and I waved them down. I mean, I didn't even check around the house. I didn't think to care about any of that. I still don't.
Talk to us about your last moments with Lisa. I mean, what were you doing?
Just change her, put fresh clothes on her and get her ready for bed and give her bottle. And I made sure her binky was in her crib in case she needed it. And she sleeps with her Barney, and she sleeps with her glowworm and her blanket. And that was it.
How hopeful are you that you are going to find her safe?
I'm terrified, but I'm trying to be hopeful.
You folks said that you didn't know anybody that might want to do this, but did you notice anyone that had maybe an unusual interest in your child?
I know everybody loves her. I mean, I go to the store and everybody says she's beautiful, and she likes everybody. She's really playful, and she's really sweet, and she'll go to almost anyone. I mean, so I anything beyond that, no.
So it wouldn't surprise you that she was picked up without crying.
Right.
Well, yeah, she was sleeping. You can,
move her around, and she.
Sometimes she cries.
Well, this Jersey guy too, okay, was a handyman type person, and he had been around. If I'm understanding this, correct me if and when I'm wrong, Doodle, please. But he was around and had been seen by the kids and the family and kind of knew them, right or wrong. Am I right with this? Because if that's the case, being that we just heard that this baby is very friendly and would go to a lot of people, there's no reason for her to cry if she's going to somebody she recognizes, per se. You know what I mean? So there's that too. Just saying. Check the chat here real quick, make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, sorry.
It depends on how long of sleep she's had, but I mean, if you pick her up and you cuddle with her, she probably won't cry.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you for coming out.
Thanks, guys.
There you're hearing obviously an incredibly emotional mother pleading for her child's safe return.
Okay, that's what I thought. And well, here's the thing: if you're slow, gentle, and soft enough, most babies, you can pick a baby up out of a crib, hold them to your chest without them waking up, depending on how deep a sleep they're in. I did it lots of times with my kids, so she may not have even woken up. Okay, until they hit the outside cold air, I would imagine she should wake up at that point, but you just don't know. She could have woken up, but if the mother was out, she wouldn't have heard her cry too. So there's a couple different ways you can look at this. Just saying. Thank you, Doodle.
Trying to wipe away tears, just so painful to hear as she describes the two boys, 6 and 8, also desperate in the search for pumpkin pie, as they called her. She's describing her baby, the last moments that they had with her, and now this desperate search as police continue trying to find their 10-month-old baby girl with still no helpful leads to move them forward in this case. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Once he went out, or whoever went outdoors with her, if that's the case, with only a diaper on, I would imagine, yeah, you would wake up and cry. But inside the home, as long as you're holding her close and doing this and doing that, yeah, you can wake up a baby without, or pick up a baby without waking him up easy. Yeah, I don't either at this point, Kimber, because like I said, Arctic said, Doodle said, Mama Bear, somebody would have been arrested at this point. It's been too long. So I agree with you too. Let's see here. Hold on. I'm just going to show you guys everything because I didn't have anything else really other than what we have here, but I'm going to show you the stuff I do have on it. That way it may show a couple of things we've seen already. Nothing's going to beat the video Doodle put together. It was amazing. So, yeah, right. And that's the thing, especially a baby that's used to being held. If they're sleeping, they're just used to that. So it's no big thing, And the boys were heavy sleepers, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
You got a baby that's used to being held and everything, you can absolutely pick them up, no problem at all, out of that crib without them waking up.
As long as you're slow and gentle and you cradle them like you should and hold them close, they're not going to move. Right.
Let's get to those back-to-back interviews that Dan Abrams conducted with the parents of baby Lisa, Deborah Bradley, and Jeremy Irwin. Dan is back from Kansas City this morning.
Yeah, good morning, George. Now, I went down to Kansas City because I wanted to try to talk to them separately in the hope that it might make Jeremy and Deborah more comfortable about opening up, in particular about each other. But they are clearly a united front. I started by asking Deborah about how she learned she'd apparently failed a lie detector test.
He said, "You failed." And I said, "Failed what? What question did I fail?" And he said, "You failed the one where you know where your daughter's at." And I said, "That's not possible. I don't know where she's at." And I just proceeded to come unglued. It's not possible, freaking out, telling him no. And he looked in my face and he said, "I met bad mothers like you." And proceeded to say probably something along the lines of, "I need to tell the truth," or it's hard to hear that, but if it means I have to go through all this to get her back, I don't care.
Welcome, Barbara.
Would you
Good to
take
see you
another
here.
lie detector test?
Yeah. Why not?
Do you think it's possible if they're going to arrest you?
I don't know. They'd be wrong.
A lot of people have been asking whether you're drinking a lot that night and whether that might explain something here.
Doesn't explain anything because I had nothing to do with anything.
Were you drinking a lot that night?
I was drinking, but it has nothing to do with my daughter's disappearance.
You said that what you have been told has been lies. What do you mean by that?
During interrogation, we found this. They showed me burnt clothes. They showed me a Doppler thing with pings from my cell phones, and I'm led to believe at this point that none of that was real. I hope the burnt clothes weren't real.
So as time passes and you feel like you're cooperating and communicating with them, you're getting...
Yeah, Tandy, from a Doodle had said, and what they said in some of the interviews, everybody in the neighborhood knew him. He was like the neighborhood handyman that would go around doing little odd jobs for people to make extra money, I guess, within the neighborhood. So yeah, welcome back, Peggy. Thank you for coming back. And she did, like Doodle said, she drank a whole box of wine, guys. It's like 20 glasses of wine, so she did drink a lot, take it into effect. But I still don't think even with that, I know there's a lot of red flags that we're seeing throughout this. I don't take it that it's them. I just don't. Like I said, they'd have been arrested. Police aren't stupid. They know what they're doing. They've looked into every angle of this. They interrogated the hell out of her, made her feel like shit, as she stated, but this is what they're supposed to do that. You know what I mean? So, and like Doodle said, a cadaver dog hit on the floor next to the bed. That's an automatic red flag that any police department's going to go, okay, it's time to drag this one in and have a conversation, period. And it ended up being a false hit. So there's that. The doors were not locked, but the neighbor said that the neighborhood, nobody locked their doors. Right. Of course. And he could have been a familiar face to the baby. Yeah, he could have, Tandy, but I'm still thinking if this baby was sound asleep and had been asleep for a while, my kids, they get into deep sleeps too, okay? If you're gentle enough, okay, and you don't wake her up out of this dead sleep, you could pull this off without waking her up, without disturbing her in her sleep. That's all I'm saying. I truly do believe that that's possible because I've seen it done before with my own children. So
What, fed up with the fact that they're continuing to
Yeah,
focus on you?
because I know I have absolutely nothing to do with my daughter's disappearance. You know, and I still understand it. They're doing their job. That they're not. It's not personal, but it doesn't make me feel any better about it.
What are you doing?
In your most private moments,
I think it's just the neighborhood critical. I lived in a neighborhood where we didn't lock our doors because everybody knew each other and everybody it wasn't that type of a neighborhood. So I can understand that. Doodle said my theory is maybe Lisa did wake up. Maybe the guy went to steal stuff, heard the baby, freaked, and left with phones and baby. That's a good point, Doodle. That's a real good point. Because he's in jail now for burglary. The guy was probably a cat burglar or something like that, which is maybe why he stuck around the neighborhood so that he could do things like that. You know, he cases these places out as he's doing these jobs for people. That's a great theory, Doodle. A really good theory, in my opinion. The baby wakes up, starts crying, maybe possibly something happened, and he didn't know what to do, so he just grabbed her and took off. That's a good point. Very good point. And grabs the phone so nobody can call the police. There you go. That's true. Drugs make people do weird things, and he had a habit. That's a good point, too. Very good point. Very good point. The problem is what did he do with her? That's my worry there at that point after that.
have you for a second ever thought, maybe there was an accident? Maybe something happened?
No.
Maybe she tried to cover it up afterwards?
No. The first time I even thought that was when the people or the police had started asking us about it, and it's not possible.
How did you realize that Lisa was gone?
I had come home and Deborah had woken up when I got there, and we talked for a couple minutes, and then I asked her, what's going on? She said, "What do you mean?" And that's when I told her, lights, the door, the window, and she kind of jumped up out of bed like something was wrong, and that was when I kind of realized that something might be wrong.
So when you first came home, you didn't immediately realize that Lisa was gone?
No.
Has this put a strain on your relationship as a couple?
Yeah, that's an ex-girlfriend too. The guy probably had no clue what to do. I don't know if the ex-girlfriend had kids or not, but it's like, if we go with your theory on that, hey, I got this baby, what am I supposed to do with her? That's huge. That makes a lot of sense to me, dude. It really does. What other reason would there for one of those cell phones to call that ex-girlfriend? That's a great point. Great point.
It's actually kind of done the opposite. We've spent every waking moment together since this happened. It's actually made us a lot closer.
Are you hopeful that Lisa's going to be found?
Oh, we're going to find her. I have no doubt in my mind. We're going to find her.
How are you so certain?
I just know, because there's still a God.
It's interesting because Deborah was saying she's been involved in watched a lot of these cases on television, for example, and always assumed that it was the parents. She says this has totally changed her perspective on cases like that.
All right, this should be interesting too. Yo, definitely, Virginia. Definitely, definitely, definitely.
So, Lisa's brothers. Baby Lisa's gone. Mom behaving strangely. She wouldn't allow the police to interview I think it's a 5 and an 8-year-old. Strangely, now the 8-year-old is the stepson. He is the son of the Baby Lisa's dad. The 5-year-old has a different baby daddy. She wouldn't allow the police to interrogate either of them. A, why? And B, are they going to be helpful?
Okay, number one, you've got 2 boys living in the home the night baby Lisa goes missing.
Yep.
The 8-year-old belongs to the male live-in.
Right.
The 5-year-old is mommy's bio baby.
And by the way, to a man to whom she's still married. She's married to
right.
the 5-year-old's
They say
dad.
that they don't have enough money for a divorce. FYI, you can do it online pretty much these days. But long story short, when cops first found out baby Lisa's missing, they interview one child for 30 minutes, the other child for 50 minutes. That's not enough. And since that time until the present, Mommy and Daddy have stonewalled the cops from talking to the children. They say they don't want the children traumatized. Mommy also says she said nothing to the children about baby Lisa missing, and I don't believe that.
I heard you talking about that on your show, and I completely agree with you. That's a bizarre idea as a parent. I mean,
what are your thoughts on that whole theory, or that? Yeah, sorry, Doodle. That whole thing with what was just stated. Hold on a minute here. Yeah, I can only play bits and pieces of anything with Dr. Drew on it, just so everybody knows. Sorry. I had another one I wanted to play though too. Okay, here we go. There's this one and there's one other one. One moment here. Gotta love Nancy. Well, we all know where she's at. I think they were afraid of what they would say to those boys. Yeah. Well, we're going to go off with this one, and there's another here, too, so hold on.
In the last hours, the parents put the skids on their 2 boys, ages 5 and 8, from revealing what they know. Both of the boys in the home at the time baby Lisa goes missing, their 10-month-old baby sister. Both of them have stated, apparently, that they heard noises during the night. This, as we confirm, that cell phone the parents say was stolen, they said could not dial out because they forgot to pay the bill that month. Well, a phone call was made out from that cell phone in the early morning hours after baby Lisa disappears. A 50-second, nearly a minute phone call goes out, straight out to Jim Spellman, CNN correspondent, joining us there in Kansas City. Jim, why did the parents at the 11th hour stop the interview with their 2 little boys?
We don't know, Nancy. It's been such a confusing week, the information we're getting from the family's team. First, they canceled the media tour here yesterday. Then they canceled the press conference, and they canceled today's interview with the boys. Investigators were really hoping this was going to give them some new information to try to get a foothold on finding baby Lisa. Now it's canceled, or rather, we should say postponed until next week. But every day we get a different story.
And again, guys, this stuff is from years ago. This is 12 years ago here itself. But like Doodle said, later to find out that one new phone was bought and did have service. So that makes it make sense. Welcome back, Arctic.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Joining me right now is a special guest, Aaron Miller-Weiss, a child forensic interviewer. All along, the parents had said it would be too traumatic for their boys to speak to cops. So cops import a special forensic counselor trained to speak to children. Aaron, thank you for being with us. Aaron, after many years of prosecuting cases where children were victims, you really, to get all the facts, you really have to speak to the child in child language. Isn't that right?
That's exactly right, Nancy.
And I just wanted to point out, you mentioned that sometimes there are concerns that this process is going to be traumatic for children. And I can tell you that there are children's advocacy centers and forensic interviewers across the country who are committed to making sure that this process is as child sensitive as possible. We want to gather as many facts and information.
And that's all fine and dandy and very true in that aspect. They don't know that. The parents don't know that. And again, their minds, if this is my opinion, their minds are all over the place with what's going on. They're thinking of their children, in my opinion, and they don't want to traumatize them anymore, okay, with everything else going on. They don't know the specifics behind stuff like this with law enforcement. So that could be why. That makes sense there, in my opinion. Yeah, you can definitely call 911 without service as long as there's a battery. That's true. But there were no phones left there. They were all taken. So,
well, as long as there's a battery and as long as you're close enough to a tower to have any type of signal whatsoever.
Yeah, you have to have signal too. That's for sure. Yeah, right, Virginia, 100%. Because they're little, they don't understand. This is their baby sister. You know what I mean? So I get that too. I do.
Information from children.
And don't forget something. After what she went through, the way she was questioned and interrogated in this, her mind was probably thinking, what if they do this to my kids? What if they come at them that way or something like that? So she could have been worried about that too. I wouldn't imagine that anybody with any, you're going to say that cops are going to be mean to kids, but she probably didn't think they were going to be nasty with her either. So there's that. And she didn't want to traumatize them.
In child terms, and we don't want to lead them to any particular statement. So we take.
Are you going to say something, Mama Bear? Maybe not. Maybe that was Nancy in the background. Not to mention, you guys, listen. She probably went into, speaking of Mama Bear, Mama Bear mode. Now that this has happened with her youngest, she's probably overly protective of the other kids at this point. No matter what it is, she's going to go into that Mama Bear mode. You're not doing this. I'm not letting my kids go anywhere near this, that, or anything else. So there's another good understanding of that in some senses too, in my opinion. Right, Doodle. She probably doesn't. She probably couldn't handle it either, to be honest with you.
Aaron, for instance,
very deliberate in that.
For instance, when I would be dealing with a child witness, for instance, in a child molestation case, I'm thinking of one specifically, in an indictment, it helps you if you have a date of the offense, although you can put a range between April and June, this incident happened. But for instance, a child might go, well, I don't know what day it happened.
That's a great idea, Arctic. Speaking of which, donate your old cell phone to battered women's shelter so they have a way to call 911 if their abuser finds them. That's a great idea. Very, very good idea, sir. She probably didn't want them to be scared if they were going to be taken. Right. That's another good point too, Tandy. Good point. You guys are really making some sense with this, truly.
You can ask, well, was the Christmas tree up? Was the Easter bunny coming? Did you have your Halloween costume already? There are a lot of ways to unlock a child's mind and get the story out of them without traumatizing. Would you agree, Aaron?
Yes, there are many questions that we can ask to narrow down time frames. We might ask about weather. What was the weather like? Or how old were you? Who was your teacher at the time? Was it a bit before or after a particular holiday?
Welcome, and thank you so much, Butterfly Kisses. I very much appreciate that. It's wonderful to have you here, and I'm just ecstatic. Welcome to the sauce. We appreciate you.
Before or after your last birthday. So there are many questions that we would ask to, again, narrow down the time frame, and it's not unusual for a child not to remember specific dates.
Okay, 1 second here. Now, this is an interview with, I think it's the aunt, I believe. There's a couple of these I didn't get to actually go through first, but she has the twins, Tandy. Everything relates to the twins, so there's that. I'm surprised she didn't bring it up at that point. Then again, I don't even know how old they are at this point.
Diego, you realize we're almost 3 hours in and we haven't even touched the other case yet.
Yeah, I'm about to be. This is the last clip I have on this, so yes. And the other one's not really long. That's why I was going to run 2 of them with this too. So yes, I got you.
Now we have our exclusive guest, Megan Wright. Now, Megan, thank you so much for joining us. We know that it's got to be difficult for you to be in the center of this storm. And I assume you're speaking out because you want to do whatever you can to help find this child. Megan, okay, you have a phone. It's a prepaid phone. A call came in from a phone that the cops say was one of the phones that was allegedly stolen from baby Lisa's mother's home at the very same time as baby Lisa. Okay, it goes in at 8 p.m. that night, which is before the mother says she passed out. So that doesn't make sense. The second thing is you're telling me that your phone belongs to or was in the possession of Dane. Tell us about this guy Dane, because Levi Page is claiming that he's into drugs.
Well, there was 8 people living at the house at the time, 5 adults and 3 kids. So my phone was pretty much community, which has been questioned, but it's true. Dane was, from what I was told, I was downstairs at the time that apparently the phone call took place. But from people in the house, what I've heard is that Dane had my phone all night to the point where nobody else could use it because there were so many incoming text messages and phone calls for him.
Well, just so everybody knows, this is what she's talking about, the people. I don't know, Doodle, if you saw this too, but Deborah and Jeremy, the parents, Philip Netz, which is Deborah's brother, the half brothers, 5 and 8 years old, the female neighbor, John Tanko, which is Jersey, okay, man in community, and then this guy, Dane. So these are the people that they're referring to within this conversation.
Okay, now, as far as your ex-boyfriend, John Tanko, Jersey, who was allegedly working in that neighborhood that night and has been arrested.
Okay, sorry, this is the ex-girlfriend, and I looked at one link and told you about another one, so my apologies, guys. I got a lot of different things I was mixing around with this real quick, so.
On totally different charges, and he's appeared in court on totally different charges. There he is. Megan, you told us that Jersey was into drugs, specifically meth. Let's listen. Let's listen to what you said.
I found out that he was getting into some drug activity.
Do you know what drug is?
Meth, from what I understand. He would disappear for hours on end with no explanation.
I'm not sure. Critical. Doodle, do you know if Critical said, did the mom change the last time she saw the baby before or after she found out about the phone call? That's a good question. I'm not 100% sure on that.
He was quick to anger, last to understand, and I just couldn't handle it anymore. And towards the last couple of days, I was actually fearful for my safety being around him.
Okay, so we know that the missing baby's mom admits she had about 5 glasses of wine.
Okay, so all that was before. Got you. There you go, Critical. Thank you, Doodle.
The night the child went missing. That's why she says she passed out at 10:30, doesn't know exactly what happened. There are also published reports she was on anti-anxiety drugs. Now a family member is coming forward and telling us that she, quote, flirted with drugs and may have had a problem with alcohol that she liked to drink. In your opinion, is there any nexus between Dane, who apparently allegedly likes drugs, and the mother who a relative is now saying flirted with drugs? Is this phone call, could this phone call be about that?
It's possible. Like I said, I wasn't around when he had my phone. I was downstairs. My phone was upstairs with Dane.
I'm sorry. Say again, Critical. Rewind it. That's not what she just said. What did I miss? And how far back?
Published reports she was on anti-anxiety drugs. Now a family member is coming forward and telling us that she, quote, flirted with drugs and
he would disappear for hours on end with no explanation. He was quick to anger, last to understand, and I just couldn't handle it anymore. And towards the last couple of days, I was actually fearful for my safety being around him.
Okay, so we know that the missing baby's mom admits she had about 5 glasses of wine the night the child went missing. That's why she says she passed out at 10:30, doesn't know exactly what happened. There are also published reports she was on anti-anxiety drugs. Now a family.
Yeah, she said that initially that they said that the call came in around 6:30, but she also said that they proved that that wasn't right. If that's what you're talking about, I heard that, and she said, but that wasn't right, or something like that. They was an initial statement, I believe, that they changed.
Flirted with drugs. Is this phone call? Could this phone call be about that?
It's possible. Like I said, I wasn't around when he had my phone. I was downstairs. My phone was upstairs with Dane, apparently in his possession, from what I was told.
I don't know this Dane, but does he push drugs? Does he push drugs? Does he push drugs?
Okay, there's the phone call was between 8 and 8:30 p.m. on the night that the baby went missing. From that phone to Megan Wright. There's the answer for that for you, Critical.
Not that I'm aware of.
So what you're saying, and I get it, was that the mother was awake and made the phone call from her phone to that person, is what you're saying. I got you, Mama Bear.
I don't know him well enough to know if he does or not.
How about Jersey, your ex? Has he ever sold?
I know that, not that I'm aware of, never in front of me, but it is possible. Like I said, and towards the end of our relationship, we didn't spend a whole lot of time together because he was at the release center. So his activities are totally unknown to me at that time. So.
We may come back to this, guys, because I'm still, like I said, digging up more on this and trying to find update stuff like that. So there was also another video that came out on this where there's somebody that came forth and said that they found diapers in a vacant home within this realm. So there's more to this. So we'll probably come back to it because, like I said, I'm still digging on it. I also wanted to show you guys this other one, and this is not a long one, but all right, here, hold on. Pick up Arlo. Again, Doodle, thank you for helping us with this. All right, guys, one more. Yeah. No, I saw that, and that's what I'm about to get. Doodle's probably doing something right now. She's probably busy, but I'm going to look into that more too and talk to her about that to get timelines made up so that we can understand that a little bit better. Because I think the way it was explained was that all came back out after the fact and so on and so forth. So we'll find out for sure. All right. So like I said, this next one this was the name that was up on the title was Lyndsey Buziak. Was a realtor that was murdered, and there's a twist in this too that's quite weird to me. But this was the one I wanted to show you because it's still a cold case, never been answered. Supposedly, Jason was cleared for this, but the twist is strange to me on this one too. So, Doodle says it started that call was at 8, but then proven that it was at 11:38 a.m. Like I said, Critical, these interviews and stuff are from like 13 years ago, and I'm sure they've all changed these things and proven these things since that point. It's one story after another in the beginning. Right. So, but at this point now, they've found solid, like they have solid statements on everything at this point, I believe. So, so the time wasn't changed to 6:40 before this interview. I don't know when that actually happened, but right, JC. Like I said, we're gonna come back to it because I'm still digging on it, trying to find more stuff on it to see what we come up with. So we'll come back to it. No, many lies have been told from the redhead. She was protecting her boyfriend that is now in jail for a stabbing, which is Dane. That was there's that. So think about that too. I don't trust. There was nothing about her that I trusted during her interviews when I looked at her. So there's just me. It does in these cases too. And when you have so many people involved in certain things, one person trying to cover for another, one person doesn't know this or that or this, you're being told, yeah, it happens, especially in cases like this too.
Loved ones still struggle to understand.
Lyndsey was one of the most spectacular.
She was targeted, that much authorities say with confidence. Why? Well, that's something Lyndsey Buziak's loved ones still struggle to understand.
Lyndsey was one of the most spectacular young ladies I've ever met. She was just vivacious, vibrant. Her personality was unbelievable. She made friends with everyone.
I think that was her main focus, was always caring for everyone. She started a Facebook page, and it was people who love Sarah as much as I do. And she started it for me and would have people join, and she would just like go on about our friendship and our sisterhood.
The kind of girl other people wanted to be around, especially people like Jason Zalo.
Was she in a relationship? She was with Jason at the time, and I knew that she was extremely happy. I absolutely adored him.
Lyndsey and Jason had probably been dating for a little less than a year, or around a year, somewhat in that period.
Did they live together?
They did move in together, and Jason's mom, Shirley, bought a expensive waterfront property, and so they moved into there.
Wow, sounds like a really nice life.
I want you guys to remember Shirley, Jason's mother. Remember her and her name.
It was really nice on the surface.
On the surface, but Lyndsey's father felt there was something boiling underneath.
He adored Lyndsey, but he was overprotective, overpossessive, jealous, and that really bothered Lyndsey.
Exactly how much would only be revealed later. But for the most part, family says Lyndsey seemed happy, especially when it came to her new career, selling houses in upscale Victoria, British Columbia.
Getting into real estate was a big thing for her. She loved it.
In fact, roughly a year into her job, Lyndsey was suddenly approached with the kind of deal many agents wait their whole careers to get, which she wrote about here in her day planner.
And she received a cold call out of the blue from clients requesting to purchase a house over the weekend. The lady phoned, said, we need to have a house, set up some fairly specific parameters, needed to be immediately move-in ready, had to be within 15 to 20 minutes from town. And they were looking at a home in the $1 million range.
But was it too good to be true? Apparently, Lyndsey had some doubts.
It was complicated. She said, Daddy, there's something weird I'm sensing about this. And I said,
this woman that called her had, she said the woman had an accent, and the way she was describing this, there were all these stipulations about this house. And she said she had never had somebody come at her and make all these demands, I guess you could call them, for looking at a house before. She was new at this still. So that was something that was just like really off to her, just so that you understand why she was thinking something was different here. But she went ahead with it to begin, believe it or not.
well, what's going on, Annie? And she said, well, the women sounded weird.
Also strange, the woman called Lyndsey not at the company number on her brochures, but on her personal cell phone.
There is the biggest red flag in this case for me, you guys. She didn't call. Real estate agents put down an office number, or they have a work number that they use that you contact them on. Otherwise, you'd be calling their personal phone all day. They called this girl on her own personal phone line. That's not something that was put out. Instead of the number here, through the company, through the realty agency, all that, no, they called her on her own personal phone, which is very hard to get unless you interact with that person or somebody that has your number gave it to them.
And they gave me the name of one of my clients and said that client had given them my name. I said, well, call your client. She said, I did. They were out of town.
Convenient, huh?
Convenient.
It wasn't enough for Lyndsey to back out of the deal, but according to her dad, she did want backup.
She said, I asked Jason, he's going to be there.
So you must have felt good about that.
That put me at ease. Jason's 6'3", 240 pounds, ex-semi-pro hockey player. An intimidating presence, if he wants to be.
What she did was she went to her boyfriend, Jason, that guy you just saw, and said, hey, this is what the deal is. He, by the way, is a real estate agent as well, but doing very well. He's been doing it for a while. And says, hey, this woman called. It made me nervous. I'm not comfortable with this situation. What do you think? So on and so forth. It was like, it's going to be a great commission. I think you definitely should do this. I'll go with you and I'll stand outside. That way, you'll have some protection, so on and so forth. So that was the plan they came together with.
And with that plan in place, Lyndsey started hunting for houses, finally settling on this brand new 3-bedroom, 3-bath in the town of Saanich.
She had arranged a private showing for clients. That was set up for a Saturday afternoon, 5:30 in the evening.
Staff Sergeant Chris Horsley takes us back to that house to discuss what police know about the night.
Lyndsey showed up and she met the client here on this private little street. We did have witnesses that viewed the interaction between the parties.
Those witnesses remember seeing Lyndsey talking to a blonde woman wearing a distinctively colorful dress like this one, and a 6-foot-tall Caucasian man with dark hair. After that, the three went inside. And from there, police have what they believe to be a disturbingly accurate timeline of Lyndsey Buziak's last minutes alive.
The lockbox is computer access. We did get those records. It was unlocked just before 5:30. So 5:29, the lockbox is open.
Those are her shoes just inside the entryway.
We know that Lyndsey showed the main floor of the home, and then they went upstairs.
Upstairs to the master bedroom. Police say it was just 9 to 11 minutes after entering the home. And how are they so sure?
At 5:41, there is a dial out on her phone. It goes to a friend she hasn't spoken to in some time, and all you can hear is muffling on the message.
It was a pocket dial with deadly implications.
When they went upstairs, there's a master bedroom and an ensuite bathroom. We know that when Lyndsey turned to show the ensuite bathroom, she was then attacked from the rear. There was no defensive wounds whatsoever. We don't believe she had any pre-indication that something was amiss.
And as for that pocket dial,
so we believe that was actually at the point of attack. When the couple attacked Lyndsey, somehow they've hit buttons on the BlackBerry and it sent out a phone call.
the last communication of any kind from Lyndsey Buziak.
I was living in the Cayman Islands at the time, and my mom called me and to let me know that my sister had been killed. And I came home that same day.
Lyndsey's father, Jeff, still has a hard time reconciling the image of the little girl he raised with where she ended up.
I was holding my deceased daughter in the morgue. This is a little child you raised from a baby. I promised her that I would find out who murdered her, and I wouldn't stop till it was done or I died.
And Jeff says that when it comes to that, he has some pretty strong feelings about the man who Lyndsey asked to be her backup that night.
Her boyfriend ended up at the showing.
Yes.
She was stabbed, according to media reports, over 40 times. A surprise attack so lethally efficient, authorities say it had to be a hit.
Was Lyndsey sexually assaulted? Was her wallet or her purse or cell phone taken?
Yeah, nothing. This was a targeted attack for the sole purpose of killing Lyndsey Buziak.
But who would...
So think about that. This call was made purposely to get her to that spot, purposely. Was stabbed 40 some odd times, so on and so forth. It was timed out in a specific period of time, all of that. This is absolutely a targeted situation, okay? Completely. There's no two ways about that. Definitely.
Yeah,
overkill.
but it was definitely overkill, and with it being overkill like that, it almost seems like a crime of passion, not necessarily a
Yes.
hitman or
That's
something
what I
like
was
that.
Well, yeah. Yes, I can agree. Typically a hitman's going to come in and boom, one and done, you're gone. I agree with you guys on that. Unless they're asked to do it a specific type of way, which doesn't make sense to me either. But there's more to this. There's more to this that comes down the road, and it really, really like flipped me when I found it out. So, and you know, in the very beginning of this, and I don't know what to say. The boyfriend, by the way, had been cleared, him and his friend both. Okay, he was supposed to meet Lyndsey at this house at 5:30. Agreed to do it. They left the home together. Said, I'll meet you, different cars, whatever. That was weird to me too. Why didn't you take one car? If you left the home and you were going to meet there, why didn't you just ride together if you were together before you left? That's a problem for me. Anyway, as they're leaving, he calls and says he's going to be a little bit late because he has to stop and pick up his friend, that his car broke down or whatever, but they'll be there. They promise they'll be there. Remember that too. I don't know if they're going to put that in here, but I do know that from the story that I read, the article.
would want to kill her?
That's the question. Who would?
And why? At the time, police knew nothing of the couple they now believe carried out the attack, or how they were able to slip out of the house undetected.
Now, just so everybody knows before you go and say the boyfriend did this, the couple was seen by neighbors. This very tall man, 6 foot something tall, blonde woman in the very brightly colored, multicolored dress, walking in to the home with Lyndsey. Okay. I think 2 or 3 neighbors saw these people, from my understanding. So there's that too, just so you have that for the to go along with this.
Only who they found when they arrived at the scene. Lyndsey's boyfriend, Jason Zalo, and one of his friends.
We locked down that house immediately. Mr. Zalo and his friend were both taken into police custody.
Turns out it was Jason who called police to the house, and at the station, he gives investigators a breakdown of his whereabouts that day. 4:30 p.m., Jason and Lyndsey finished a late lunch at a local spot before splitting up. He to meet a friend at a nearby business, and she to get ready for that open house. An hour later, surveillance video shows Jason and his friend leaving their location. Just as it's believed Lyndsey is opening the door for her suspected killers. Around that same time, Jason texts, "I'll come meet you and I'll be 10 to 15 minutes or so." Lyndsey responds, "Okay, I'll see you in a bit. I gotta go." Her text showed no signs of trouble.
She told Jason, they're here. But at no time did she say anything that would be cause for warning. I'm worried, I'm scared, these people creep me out.
At 5:38, Jason texts, just a couple of minutes away. That text was never opened. Only 3 minutes later, a pocket dial from Lyndsey's phone police believe happened during the stabbing.
We're quite confident that at 5:41 is when the attack took place.
Jason tells police he drives up to the house just 4 minutes later at 5:45. And then he tells them that he may have actually seen the murderers. A tall Caucasian man and a blonde woman wearing a colorful dress like this one.
The killers were actually about to walk out the front door and leave, and he turned into the cul-de-sac and interrupt them leaving.
They were that brazen that they were going to walk out the front door.
If he had been 5 seconds later, he would have driven right into the suspects walking out here into the driveway.
Instead, he tells police the couple turned around and closed the door.
And his assumption is these are the clients, and the showing is just.
Here's my problem, though. Okay. He says he pulls onto the cul-de-sac, which obviously was the turn on is visible from the door of this. If you can see them. How do they know to go? Anybody could have been turning down that road. Okay. They don't know what you did inside that house. Nobody does. If you did this. So why would you go back inside the house unless you recognized somebody? Okay. And how would you recognize somebody? This was all done over the phone. How do you know that her boyfriend just turned down onto this road to pull into the driveway here? How do you know that? If you don't know who he is, that's a problem for me right there. Just saying, guys. The thing about that too, that was kind of interesting to me.
Just starting as the door closes. He then parks outside because he is waiting for the showing to end.
Approximately 20 minutes later, Jason texts Lyndsey, "Are you okay?" No answer.
They then go and try the door because they're becoming concerned. And it's at the moment that they realize the front door to the home is locked that he becomes alarmed.
At 6:05 p.m., Jason calls police to express his concern.
Between the police arrival and that first 911 call, Jason and his friend notice a rear French door is ajar on the home.
Then, as seen in this police video recorded at the crime scene shortly after the murder, Jason tells investigators how his friend entered through the back and let him in through the front.
Okay. You're locked it. I pushed it open. Okay. He was already in front of me. Yeah. And I said, "I'm running upstairs." Okay. And I was yelling. I'm like, "Lyndsey, Lyndsey, Lyndsey."
From there, Jason says he ran straight to the master bedroom where he found Lyndsey's body and called police again.
Again, this is another point that I have issues with. He walks in the front door and it says he's yelling for her. This is a big house, mind you. Why would you run directly to the room that she's in? There's how many rooms in this house? But you go right to that bedroom. Instead of the kitchen, the back, the living room, the den, any of this, or any of the other bedrooms, bathroom, you went straight to that bedroom. That's weird to me.
Isn't there something about her shoes being left at the front door?
Again at 6:11 p.m.
You're muted.
Sorry. He claims, yes, that he was looking through the front door trying to see in, and he could see her shoes sitting there by the front door where she had taken them off. They were heels, and she took her shoes off. I don't know if it's because of the floors or whatever, but she had taken her shoes off for whatever reason. Right. Thank you for making my point too, Critical. Why would the laundries go directly to where Brian was? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not worried about that with the shoes coming off. But yeah, he saw her shoes from the outside of the door because, like I'm saying, the floors, the carpeting, it's probably just a natural, normal thing. A lot of people do that.
I was just trying to make sure that I was thinking of the same thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay. He looked through the door and was trying to see what he could see and said he saw her shoes sitting there. So, yes, man,
and
you are right.
The same case. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Phil asked, where did the almost there text ping from? Nearby or at the property or a friend located far, far away? That's a good question, Phil. I don't know that I have that answer yet, but that would be something that should be looked at, in my opinion.
So I was running inside the house. I just came running up the stairs. Do you remember grabbing the banister at all?
That's the thing. Why did he come in in that mode. Like, he didn't know what's going on. Just she wasn't answering the phone or the door. She could have not heard it or something, but he goes into that mode immediately and runs straight to the master bedroom. There's something wrong with this. I'm sorry.
Down there.
Police say the evidence supports Jason's version of events, but Lyndsey's father says he's got some questions.
There are certain things I don't buy there. From me personally. One, I would have gone and checked as soon as I saw somebody dart in and out of a front door. That concerns me. The other thing that's odd to me.
Now, there's also something else that Jason had told authorities that they didn't put in this, is that when he sat out, when he first pulled up, he said he saw the shadow of what would be the taller person through the door, he said, which is the 6 foot tall guy. And he sat there for a minute as he watched the shadow fade away from the door, and then decided to move over to another street because he said he didn't want to, him and his friend were in the car together. He didn't want them to look like they were being creepers as they were showing the house. So they moved the vehicle to another street. And then after 20 minutes, he tries to call her, and that's when all the rest of this takes place. That's just strange to me. Why would you move to a completely different street instead of just move the car down the road or something? If that's what you're worried about. You know what I mean? Just saying.
Is supposedly Jason never been in the house. Why would he push the front door open, run up the stairwell right into the master bedroom without stopping?
And that's not all he's saying. Lyndsey's dad, who was living over 600 miles away in Calgary at the time, also says his daughter confided in him, saying her relationship with Jason was far from perfect.
You're muted again.
Sorry. And there that is. That's never come out on Jason's side of the story either. So Phil says under normal circumstances, what reason did he have for alarmed urgent concern? You don't. You don't know what's going on. She just didn't answer the phone. And the door was locked. So you do what you do, but you don't have to run and run in a panic mode. That's just weird to me. So
She just felt Jason was overbearing and demanding and, jealous, possessive.
So are you saying that things were rocky enough that maybe Lyndsey was going to break up with Jason?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she came out to Calgary to speak to me about that.
And that was just 6 weeks before she was killed. We reached out to Jason for an interview. He declined, but Jason did talk to police.
Mr. Zalo and his friend were under intense police scrutiny. However, Mr. Zalo was cooperative with police. He also partook in a polygraph exam, and he passed.
So is Jason at all under suspicion by the police?
Based on forensic evidence, timeline of communications, witness testimony, video surveillance, we know he's not the killer. And was he perhaps?
no, he's not the killer. Of course he's not. But polygraph, I don't care. I don't care. And here's the thing. But the polygraph in this case could have been very simple questions. Do you know what happened to Lyndsey? Did you kill Lyndsey? Well, if he didn't do it, then of course he's going to pass it. And of course, if he doesn't know exactly what happened, again, of course he's going to pass that. Do you know the people that Lyndsey was meeting? Nope. So of course he's going to pass these questions, guys. And we all know that the polygraphs are a joke anyway. That's why they're inadmissible. So there's that. Just saying. Right, Mom. They are a joke. I agree. Ellen Greenberg 2.0. Very good point, Critical. Very good point.
Somehow involved in the planning. Well, he successfully passed a polygraph, and he successfully took part in all these interviews with us. So at this point in time, he's not considered a suspect.
So then who is? The one thing both Lyndsey's father and police definitely agree on is that this was no random killing.
This sounds like a professional hit, because who can pull this off in less than 10 minutes?
Well, it certainly has the hallmarks of being pre-planned and pre-orchestrated, without a doubt.
And executed, police believe, by those two pretend house hunters who called Lyndsey on her personal phone to set the whole thing up.
Were you able to track down the phone and the communication that occurred, and what did that reveal?
Yeah, Lyndsey actually wrote down the number.
Unfortunately, the number is attached to a burner phone, purchased with cash nearly 3 months before and registered under a fake name.
The phone was only ever used for one thing, and that was to phone Lyndsey Buziak. It's a level of planning that clearly shows that Lyndsey Buziak was the target. The issue is was she...
Except for, okay? And remember what he just said and what we said earlier on about when she got the initial phone call, it came from a woman that had some form of an accent, and it made her uncomfortable. And it was very recognizable enough for her to make statements about the accent. Okay, so there's that. Remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Was she really the target, or was she just a scapegoat of convenience?
According to one theory, the answer to that may be tied to somewhere Lyndsey went the December before her February murder. Remember that visit to Calgary to see her dad? Well, something very big happened there just after Lyndsey left.
In January, before her murder, the largest drug bust in Alberta history occurred. And we were talking millions upon millions of dollars value in cocaine.
How does Lyndsey figure into this?
The people that lost the drugs know that someone spoke to the police.
Someone ratted them out.
Exactly.
I don't know if they're going to come to it here, but I'm about to tell you if they don't. That really completely flipped me upside down on this one.
There are conspirators. The killers were the mechanics in her murder. They weren't necessarily knew her.
And just who does Jeff really think hired those mechanics? He's not saying outright, but on his website, LyndseyBuziakMurder.com, Jeff and others regularly share their theories, often calling out individuals by name and demanding they step forward.
I get threatened probably weekly with lawsuits, but I haven't seen one yet.
Who's threatening you and why?
The people that probably have information about my daughter's murder or who won't step forward publicly and try and help.
Is it possible that they don't have the answers that you seek and you want those answers so desperately?
It's quite possible, but the people I run into that don't have answers, they just tell me that. They don't get aggressive. We just have a discussion.
Either way, Jeff's efforts do often put him at odds with authorities.
And really what it's become is a modern day witch hunt. And it's just an internet witch hunt. So.
Oh, okay. So now what they didn't put in this, okay? Great theory with the whole thing in Spain and all that. I get it, okay? And it does make some sense. What they didn't say was months after this, a very good friend of Lyndsey's received a phone call from a person that had a weird accent, okay? That kind of made her feel the same way. And they didn't say a whole lot and then hung up the phone. The girl tried to call back. I don't know how many times it stated. It was quite a few times, and no answer, no answer, no answer, no answer. She finally called back. It rings back in, and guess who answers the phone? Shirley, Jason's mother. After 35 callbacks, okay? And then she remembered, and it was Jason's mom. It wasn't this person with an accent, though, that called her initially from the same number. That's weird to me. And she remembers then, after a period of time, that Lyndsey had told her about receiving this phone call from these people and the accent and things like that. So that is what flipped me on this. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Which is why I said to remember Shirley, Jason's mother. So at that point, I'm like, hold on. What's going on here? Okay. They don't, Jason never talks about them having a bad relationship, this and that, and everything else, so on and so forth, of course, because you're not going to do that. But he's been cleared along with his friend that he's not a suspect whatsoever because he had no hands-on knowledge and or hands-on physical part of this, in my opinion. So of course he's not going to be looked at in that, you know, that's how he passes the polygraph and things like that, in my opinion. I'm just saying. So I'll go ahead and let this finish because they're obviously not going to tell you about that.
It's an ongoing issue, and whether it affects the potential trial down the road, I don't know. I've had those discussions with Mr. Buziak because it is potential that it could impact our successful prosecution.
But Jeff and his family vow to keep up the fight.
That's my duty as a father. Do you know, Anna, that 100% of the parents I ask, male or female, the direct question, what would you do if somebody killed one of your children? Anna, I get 2 answers, 100% from those people. They either say one of 2 things, and excuse my language, I'd kill them or I'd kill them. I'm capable of that, Anna. All humans are. But I believe the people who made the decision to kill her are cowards. Cowards need to be caught. And these people have to know that. They're not going to get away with murdering Lyndsey Buziak.
And on that much, Lyndsey's loved ones and police can agree.
This is a solvable case, and we are confident that Lyndsey's murder can be solved.
You are a father who has lost his daughter. What is it that you miss most about Lyndsey?
Anna, that question is such a tough one to answer. I miss Lyndsey. I miss my baby. I miss my little girl. I miss having her in my life. We don't have our Lyndsey anymore.
Okay, so that was an abrupt ending. That was weird. So hold on. Let me get back to the others. So that last little piece of info that I gave you, of course, I don't know why it wasn't in that clip, but or that segment, but it was interesting to me. That was read out of an article. Where are we at here? Hold on. If I can find it.
Bill, I don't even just get those calls about trying to buy my house. I've had people come to my door knocking, asking to try to buy my house.
Yeah, you gotta love those. 1 second. And Jeff Buziak seems to mean business, you guys. That dude, he made me a little unnerved. I mean, I get why he's so upset, but damn. Too calm. Too calm.
Oh, no, but I'm not going to buy murder for hire. This was a crime of passion, and I feel like, you know, I don't care what excuses, what alibis this boyfriend has. It really seems like a crime of passion. It was either him or someone else that had a very close relationship with her, in my opinion.
Yep.
I concur.
The thing that got me was with that whole phone call that came to her friend with the same type of person.
Mm-hmm.
And then to call it back, and then after 30 or 40 rings, her boyfriend's mother answers. What the hell is that all about, guys? That's weird. So this is the video. I think a little bit of it was shown in here. This is the video footage of when they go into the house and all this other stuff, and they whatever you call it.
Reenact.
Yes, thank you. The whole situation here, real quick.
Which side of the door was going on when the door opened for you? Right door. So yeah, so I'll do that. I'm just so I know where we're at. So he opens it like this. Does he open it all the way, or you?
He unlocked the door.
Okay, he unlocks it. Yeah. So I unlock it. Okay, it's unlocked.
I just opened it.
Hold on, the echo is so bad it's making it hard to hear. So let me throw these on for you real quick. And move this. Okay.
Okay.
So I don't know if his hand. I know that because I heard it unlock.
Okay.
The second he unlocked it, I pushed it open.
Okay.
He was already in front of me.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm running upstairs.
Okay.
And I was yelling, I'm like, Lyndsey, Lyndsey, Lyndsey.
And where did Cohen go?
He went straight ahead.
You went straight ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. So just hang on a sec there.
Yeah.
So he went straight ahead?
Yeah.
And you went running upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me go upstairs first, and then you can talk your way go upstairs, and then we'll go to the end, all right?
Mm-hmm.
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
For those that don't understand, they tried to go through the front. Him and his buddy were there together. They go around back, whatever, saw that the back door was open. The guy comes in. I believe that's how that happened. And let him in the front door. That's who he's talking about. He went that way. And as he comes in the door, he runs straight up the stairs like he's going to show.
Okay.
So I was running inside the house.
That was my whole point, Kimber. The first thing the guy does is he runs into the door, runs in the house. He runs, first off. You don't know what happened in there. You don't know that there's a problem in there. He runs in the house and runs directly upstairs. Why wouldn't you look in the kitchen, the living room, the whatever rooms are downstairs? You didn't look at all. You ran directly to that master bedroom where that girl's laying dead. That's just bullshit. I'm sorry.
I just came running up the stairs.
Do you remember grabbing the banister at all, or?
Down there.
Okay. What else were you doing? Did you see anything? Did you hear anything? Did you smell anything? Kind of put yourself back there into that exact time.
The time I got from the door to upstairs was probably 2 seconds.
Okay, so you're
I was running up the stairs. Yeah. Like I didn't walk. I didn't.
He did. He said his friend went straight ahead as they come through the door as he let him in, and he ran directly up the stairs to the master bedroom. He said it took him 2 seconds to do that from the front door to there. Didn't look anywhere else. Did nothing. Went directly to that room, just like the laundries did when they found Brian. Okay, remember that.
So did the friend maybe clear the downstairs and he went to the upstairs?
I mean, he could have, but he didn't even think twice about it. He just went straight for that bedroom, Mama Bear.
Okay.
There was no conversation. He opened the door, the dude bolted and ran straight up the stairs to that bedroom directly. Didn't think, look, nothing. As he's yelling for her, that's all he did. According to him, of course.
The second I opened the door, I yelled, Lyndsey, Lyndsey. And then I ran up these stairs as fast as I could.
Okay.
So I ran up.
He goes in, he finds her.
Which side of the door?
He goes in, he finds her, he calls police. I'm really uncomfortable with the fact that he first off ran, second off didn't look around, didn't yell for her anymore. He's yelling for her as he's running up these stairs. He said it literally took him 2 seconds and walks right in on her. Why didn't you check any other rooms? Why did you go right for that master bedroom? And yeah, why is he so panicked? This really does kind of remind me of the Ellen Greenberg situation, you guys, in a lot of ways. So just saying. It's like Greenberg 2.0. I agree with that, whoever said that in chat. So the biggest thing with this that bothers me is that phone call from the girlfriend of hers calls back and gets this guy's mother months later. This was months after this all happened, by the way. That is a very strange situation to me. Somebody calls you, they have an accent, you don't recognize them, they hang up the phone. You try to call back 30, 40 times, and then Shirley answers the phone. What is that? That's strange to me. It doesn't make any sense how that could even be possible. I have another. Oh, hold on a minute. I can't show you guys any of the Dr. Phil stuff, of course, but there's a newer interview with Jeff, Lyndsey's father, where he claims that he knows who did this now. But there's nothing they can do because they can't prove it. So hold on a minute here. I'm trying to go back and find that one for you guys real quick. Okay, here we go.
As private detectives and volunteers have zero. Lyndsey Buziak's father says private detectives and volunteers have zeroed in on 5 people they believe are suspects in the realtor's murder. Lyndsey Buziak was found stabbed to death in a home in Saanich she was showing in February 2008. Despite a massive investigation and a $100,000 reward, Saanich police have yet to make an arrest. That reward has now been withdrawn. Jeff Buziak says in Calgary today, the information on the suspects has been shared with Saanich investigators, and he now expects an arrest. A News reporter Stephen Andrew has the latest.
We have 5 people that we're targeting. We know who they.
Just so everybody knows, this is from 2010. From my understanding, there were no arrests made. This is why I don't think it was these people.
They all are, and we know why.
The father of Lyndsey Buziak says he and a team of volunteers, including a private detective, have been working day and night to find his daughter's killers. He says that work has now paid off, but he's not naming suspects.
Well, right now, what I'm willing to say is that we believe the people know Lyndsey.
One person Buziak and his team are not targeting, Lyndsey's former boyfriend.
Our list of people does not include Jason Zalo.
Jeff Buziak's revelation comes nearly 2.5 years after his daughter was found stabbed to death in a Saanich home. Investigators believe the realtor was lured to the home by her killers, posing as prospective homebuyers. But solving the murder has been tough for Saanich police. With leads drying up, Lyndsey's family and the Greater Victoria Real Estate Board put up a $100,000 reward for information. 3 days ago, the family took the reward off the table. Police say the move was not unexpected.
It's apparent to our investigators that a monetary stimulus is not what the person or persons with information in this incident are looking for.
If Jeff Buziak's investigation has led to solid leads, the reward money might now be a moot point. Jeff Buziak says he's given some of that information to Saanich investigators and to the U.S. television program Dateline NBC. Saanich police say they don't know when that program is going to air, but they expect it will be sometime later this month.
And hoping that that brings this investigation to the public's attention, to a much wider audience, in the hopes that it may assist our investigating detectives.
But Jeff Buziak says investigators have the information they need. He expects police to follow up on his leads and make an arrest. And for the people Jeff Buziak believes murdered his daughter, he has this warning.
That you can run, but you can't hide. We're there. We're right on you. We know who you are, and it's just a matter of time. You're going to have to take responsibility for your actions. And that day is coming sooner than they think.
Lyndsey's family, friends, and the team of investigators looking for her killers hope that day is soon. In Victoria, Stephen Andrew, A News.
I don't know. I just have a feeling that they're not right. Okay. First thing he says is that Jason's not on their list of people suspected for knowing or having it being part of this, in my opinion. Okay. So, and that, like I said, that was in 2011. Nobody's been arrested. This is still unsolved. So,
I think they're reading way too much into the fact that he passed a polygraph test. Well, you know what? Who else did? Chris Watts.
Chris Watts. Yep. Chris Watts did. And there's been others that have done it, you guys. They're not even admissible in court. That says a whole lot to me right there. If they were admissible in court, if they were not, a joke, then they would be important. So hold on here. Now, this next piece came out a year after that interview that they just did with Jeff. This is a new development in this case, they're stating, a year after that, 2012.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. We begin this hour with new developments in the murder of Lyndsey Buziak. It's been more than 4 years now since the young realtor's unsolved death in Saanich. And her father is taking his own investigation to a new level. Jeff Buziak is now appealing directly to anyone who is connected with his daughter's murder. And in exchange for information, he is offering a cash reward. He also suggests that if someone comes forward, they could flee the country under a new identity. CTV's Andrew Johnson shows us police are making it clear that they are not on board with Buziak's new strategy.
Beneath the blossoms in a Gordon Head neighborhood, a reminder of what happened inside a nearby home is plastered to.
See, what happened here was that lead that he believed was going to be the arrest never happened. They had pulled the reward off the table at that point, remember? Now he's offering this. This guy is so like, when I don't blame him for being so upset, but he's so irritated with law enforcement at this point now. He's offering to give these people money, whoever did it, to flee the country, just so he can know. This is sad to me, this aspect of it, and that's why police aren't on board with this per se. Because they were wrong. They went in the wrong direction with this case, guys. That was not what it was. It sounded good. And it makes some sense, you know, with the drug dealing scenario. That makes sense. Yes, it sounds good. No, and that's probably why that phone call going to Jason's mother was never brought back up, because they looked in a completely different direction. So,
To utility poles for blocks. In February 2008, investigators arrived to find 24-year-old realtor Lyndsey Buziak stabbed to death inside a home she was showing. More than 4 years later, Saanich police have made no arrests, and today tells CTV News the investigation is at a standstill.
We are as committed today as we were several years ago, when this tragic incident happened, and we will not forget.
But Lyndsey's father, Jeff, has been doing some investigating of his own. He says he has a core group of 12 volunteers who work 7 days a week trying to solve his daughter's murder. Buziak believes there are limits to how much police can accomplish.
I question the energy, resolve, and the dedication they have to solving this case. We're over 4 years now. We have no suspects. We have no arrests. We have no new information.
Frustrated, Jeff Buziak is trying a new tactic. He's distributing a letter addressing anyone connected with the murder, asking them to come forward with information. In exchange, he says, a substantial amount of money will be discussed with you, well beyond any amounts offered to this point. And adds, I want to be perfectly clear that for you there is another option. That option is an out for you of relocation, identity change, and payment of serious monies that will make the rest of your life enjoyable and free of all repercussions from this nightmare.
We're missing a critical piece of information to close this case finally. And so we'll go to any lengths to do that. We're doing everything we possibly can to solve this case within the means of the law.
Saanich police say relocation programs do exist, but they are offered up by investigators, not the public.
These are not emanating in any way from our investigative team or from the Saanich police or any police agency whatsoever. Nor can we endorse such solicitations.
Jeff Buziak's supporters are also canvassing the neighborhood where his daughter was killed, handing out letters pleading for tips. He says his desperate drive to solve the case is what gets him out of bed.
I'm a father. Somebody butchered my daughter. I think any father would go out there and hunt those people down. That's what I'm doing. That motivates me every day.
Andrew Johnson, CTV News, Saanich.
Okay, hold on here. Bear with me, guys. I think I have this one more piece here, and that'll cover this part of it.
No, Phil, that's my turtle tank, Goofy.
Sorry, you guys. My computer's doing that slow.
Yep, that is why, Moonlit, because now you're green.
Okay. This will be the last piece here. This has the actual statement in it, too.
In Victoria, who loved getting deals done, but she was still green at it and trying to work her way up in the ranks. In late January of 2008, she received a call from a woman with a foreign accent, urgently seeking a home somewhere in the $1 million range. The caller was acting in a way that unnerved Lyndsey a bit. On top of that, this woman had called Lyndsey's personal cell, which she didn't use for work. She asked the caller how she'd gotten her number, and they claimed that it had been shared with them by a previous client of hers. Lyndsey shared her concern.
So these are the things that I want you guys to take as the red flags that make me go in the direction I'm going. First off, they called her personal phone number. That's something that doesn't happen. The number has to be given out by somebody that's usually close to you that has your number. There's one. And the phone call that you're going to hear about here, where they call back and it goes to her boyfriend's mom. Those two main things are the biggest things with me. The two that make me think what I think on this.
Concerns with her father and her boyfriend Jason, who was already a successful real estate agent himself. And they encouraged her to take the meeting for the high commission as promised. And to reassure her, Jason offered to wait outside the property during the viewing. A suitable house was found at 1702 De Sousa Place. The arrangement was made to meet the clients at 5:30 p.m. on February 2nd, 2008. If these people did in fact need to move as fast as they claimed, it would be easy money and a nice addition to Lyndsey's portfolio.
Welcome,
Lyndsey and
Exotic.
Jason had a late lunch on the day of the viewing, paying the bill at exactly 4:24 p.m., and they left separately. The two of them texted about meeting at the property, with Jason saying he'd be a few minutes late because he had to pick up a colleague who had some car trouble. He'd grab him at the repair shop at 5:30, but they'd be right over after that. 5:30 p.m., two witnesses saw a 6-foot-tall white man with dark hair and a blonde woman in her mid-30s to 40s wearing a distinctly patterned dress, walking up to Sousa Place, which was a cul-de-sac. And Lyndsey was there at the property, greeting with a smile, and the three then entered the house to take a look around. Jason and his colleague arrived 10 minutes later, and he saw at least one figure through the front door glass, but waited in his car for about 10 minutes before moving to another street to avoid looking like a nosy, interfering boyfriend. After another 10 minutes, he texted Lyndsey to check in, but received no reply. After a few more minutes, Jason then went to the front door, but it was locked. And through the mottled glass, he saw Lyndsey's shoes in the entrance hall, but there was no movement. With no answer to his knocks, he then called 911. His colleague found a gap in the back fence, entered the garden, and saw the back patio door was open. And calling out to Jason, they entered the house, There they found Lyndsey lying in a pool of blood in the master bedroom. She had been stabbed multiple times, with no defensive wounds, suggesting she was attacked from behind. None of her possessions were stolen, and she had not been assaulted in any other way. Jason and his friend were immediately taken into custody, but released after their alibis were verified by surveillance footage in a few different areas. The Saanich police believed the murder was well organized, executed by professionals. There were no fingerprints or DNA at the scene, but this didn't appear to be a random act. The killers then likely fled through the back door, leaving it open, but what was the motive? It was found the cell phone used by the unknown woman was purchased months before the murder, activated under the fake name Paulo Rodriguez, and only used to contact Lyndsey. It was then deactivated after the murder and never.
Now listen to this part, you guys. This is the part I'm talking about that kind of bugs me a bit. Right here.
Murder. Activated under the fake name. Friend were immediately taken into custody, but released after their alibis were verified by surveillance footage in a few different areas. The Saanich police believed the murder was well organized, executed by professionals. There were no fingerprints or DNA at the scene, but this didn't appear to be a random act. The killers then likely fled through the back door, leaving it open, but what was the motive? It was found the cell phone used by the unknown woman was purchased months before the murder, activated under the fake name Paulo Rodriguez, and only used to contact Lyndsey. It was then deactivated after the murder and never used again. The phone's movements indicated it traveled from Vancouver to Victoria the day before the murder. Jason's family was investigated due to their connections with the cul-de-sac's developer, Joe D'Souza, but no evidence linked them to the crime. Though later on that year, something strange happened. Nikki, a close friend of Lyndsey, received a disturbing call from an unknown woman with a strange accent in the middle of the night. She hung up, but then in the morning remembered her friend had the same type of call before she was killed. Nikki then proceeded to call the number back at least 25 times without any answer, until finally somebody picked up. And the person on the other end was Shirley Zalo, Jason's mother. When Nikki asked why she called her, well, she claimed that she meant to call her secretary, also named Nikki, that somehow, maybe her son Jason.
Now listen to what Shirley's excuse was for this. This is about the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Okay?
I just heard that. I was like, what?
You got to hear this. Yeah, this is Jason's mother. Okay? These people have money, by the way, too, and they're very well to do, and they're known. They're tight with people, that big name people too. I'm just saying this, but listen to the excuse the mother gives.
That she meant to call her secretary, also named Nikki, that somehow maybe her son Jason had plugged her number into her phone because the two didn't know each other from anywhere.
So her son put his girlfriend's best friend's number in his mom's phone. What? Okay. Anyway.
Now, Shirley denies any of this ever happening. It's unclear if this was ever investigated by the police. But as of today, Lyndsey's unsolved murder.
So the friend of Lyndsey's goes to the police and says, hey, this happened. Miss Shirley is saying that never happened. I don't know what she's talking about. Interesting, isn't it?
Remains a very strange and tragic mystery. Number one.
So that is the case of Lyndsey Buziak, you guys. What do you think, Mama Bear, Arctic? What do you two think on this?
Well, Kimber makes a good point. Real estate agents will have their cell phone number on their business cards and on the realtor's website, so anyone could have easily gotten that number.
Well, they typically, though, I looked at that too. I wondered, could that have been put on there as a personal, like her personal number? But from my understanding, the way this is, I read an article on this too, like not a newspaper, but like an article, readable article. And it stated in the article that she purposely, because her father told her, number two, didn't put her phone number on her personal phone on number on there. That what would happen is like her phone number. I remember somebody explaining this to me before. I don't know how to do it, but you put down the office number and it will forward it to your phone personally. It's not your actual personal phone number.
I don't know. I know when I sold cars, my cell was on my business cards and everything, and it was also on the dealership website. Now, she may have had a feeling that something bad was going to happen, or her dad may have, and that may be why she didn't put the number on her cards or website.
Well, she even asked that woman that called her, how did you get this number? And she said, from a previous client. And she said that was what was upsetting to her. That's what Jeff had said, was because she never gave that number out to anybody. So I don't know. It could have been, maybe she didn't know that she had done it. Maybe they did get it through the realty company and they said they couldn't. You know, people do things to get what they want. Said, hey, we tried this number. We didn't reach her. Can you give us her other number? Maybe that happened. Who knows? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But still, that's a good point, Kimber. It is a good point. I don't think this has anything to do with a drug bust or anything that happened in Spain. I think that last little piece of information has been excluded from a lot of this other stuff because it was never followed up, in my opinion. I don't think that Jason being cleared should have happened because maybe he didn't have any hands-on, anything to do with this. There's something here with this that I don't like. The reason, the thing is the motive. What is the motive? Why would this happen like this? Is what I can't seem to come to a conclusion on.
Right.
But I think that's why they haven't had any answers on this. In 2011, they thought they had 5 people that were involved in this whole drug thing that went on, so on and so forth. We saw there was no arrest made because it wasn't viable. It wasn't a thing. And that's when the Jeff gets pissed off, thinking there's also another interview where they said the police are incompetent with this case completely. That I can't remember who did the interview, but it makes sense because they have been. They're going in a completely different direction, whether it's on purpose or it's because the other side of this was covered so well there's no way to look at it. So,
yeah. And that's a good point, Exotic. She said boyfriend said he moved up the street, not wanting to look like a nosy boyfriend. Well, who would know he was the boyfriend?
There you go. He moved to a completely different road. Like I said, why didn't you just pull down the street a little bit? You moved to a different road. And how, if this is true, like I said in the beginning of this, how did, when you pulled onto this cul-de-sac, the people that were coming out of the house know you were her boyfriend to go back inside? You could have just been somebody that lived on that road, you know? These are things that I have issues with. The fact that the man ran in the house and ran directly to where she was laying deceased in that one bedroom, okay? The fact that he was late picking her up conveniently because he had to go pick his friend up whose car broke down. I'm sorry, but if my girlfriend came to me worried about a situation that she was going to go meet with somebody that she feared possibly, realtors are, God bless them, because that's some scary shit. You never know nowadays.
Seriously.
Okay. I'd have told my friend, sorry, bud, I can't help you. I got to deal with this situation. I'd have been there with my girlfriend, my wife, whatever. That's how that would have went.
Yeah, especially with $1 million house.
Right. Why? They were together for lunch and left in separate cars to go do this at 434. Why didn't they ride in the same car then if they were both going to be there? He could have just sat in the car. He didn't have to get out. Nobody would have known. Mm-hmm. Why'd you take separate cars and then conveniently have to go pick your friend up and make yourself late to this situation? This all bothers me. Okay. So, and then that last little piece where the phone call goes to the mother, that was it for me. That was the icing on the cake, the pin in the top of it. Mm-hmm. And of course, the mother completely denied this. Oh, that's something's wrong, folks. There's something way wrong with this one, which is why I believe it hasn't been solved.
Well,
Karen,
and it's a Canada case too, and we've talked extensively before about how Canada law enforcement is almost
oh
as bad
god,
as
yeah.
Missouri.
Yep. RCMP is a joke to me. I'm sorry, but that's a song. The RCMP is a joke to me. Hey, shit. Not if you were trying to skill her. And what do you mean? In what way, Phil? Sounds like Canadian 51st state connection, organized crime syndicate. Where's Siggy and Mike? We need an international inquiry. Caring boyfriend said, "No, don't go alone. Just wait. Go back to office. Thank you, thank you." And then it comes out, like I said, not from her dad, but not from his side of things. According to him, when they did an interview with him, they had an amazing relationship. They were going to get married. They were going to have kids. Blah blah blah, so on and so forth. I had to wonder, did mom not like her first off, and if the truth coming out from her father is that she was going to leave him, so on and so forth, maybe. And what else did that entail? You know what I mean? Since they were both real estate agents, was there something there with that? They did live together. Was there money involved? That, you know what I mean? And lots of mothers are stupid. They will commit crimes or cover up crimes for their children. In my opinion, I've seen it done a lot. So, yeah, that's very true too, Peggy. Especially like I've seen so many stories, cases, and movies that are made about real estate agents that go to these things and then they either end up getting assaulted, killed, or
What
they
is going on, guys? This is Arctic Fox. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are looking at.
Well, there's CG and Mike.
6th of December 2024, a third.
All right. So, that
Trying to take over the channel.
oh, he's good. I don't know if he knows that I don't know that he knew that he did that, but that's okay. From when I read and watched, the mom Shirley was a bit overbearing, yes, as well as her son, Tomboy. So there's that. He probably learned it from her, to be honest with you. So I don't know. I don't know that this was a professional hit, but then again, it could be. It could be something that I don't believe the mother's going to do it. Okay, I don't, and she definitely probably didn't want her son to do it. So you can throw a couple $1,000s to whoever these people were, and there you go. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that they're professional, but you just never know. And maybe it was made to look that way with the multiple stab wounds, because typically that does look like a crime of passion. I do agree. Yeah. Hold on.
151. Guys, this man's been missing since.
I don't know what he's doing, but that's okay. So, I don't know. Anybody else in here have any thoughts or feelings on this one?
CG and Mike, do you know anything about this one? Right, Kimber, professionals don't stab like that and leave a mess like that.
Typically, no, they don't. Most hired hits like that come up as just that they use guns. You know, they do their job and they leave. They're gone. But if unless it was made to look that way on purpose, that's all I can think of in that sense. Did you know that Shirley has sued several people for defamation in regards to having done it? There you go. Complete denial. And this girl, I gotta wonder if this friend of hers, Nikki, if she's still around and if she's been threatened too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You would think.
Just curious. Let me see something here real fast before we shut this all down. But both of these cases today are really interesting to me. The baby Lisa one really just blows me away.
Yeah, that baby Lisa one's crazy.
There he is. Do you know what was going on?
I'm sorry, I had to step away for a second. So
your one of your videos was playing in the background. It's okay that you did. I don't mind. I just didn't know if you knew that. We had to
no, I had no idea.
Yeah, it was one of your. I'm sitting here talking. All of a sudden, it went. one of your opening that you usually do. What's
Oh,
going
yeah.
on, everybody? But I'm like, what the heck? What's going on? So I muted it. That's why I muted you, so you just know. That's all.
I'm sorry.
You're
It's
okay.
okay.
It's okay. It's
It was
okay.
funny.
I would have let it run if I had a picture to show. You know what I mean? Let me see here. You're okay. You're okay, bud. No worries at all. It's definitely targeted for sure. Okay. Oh, words of caution to Buziak private investigators. Yeah, we're done with this for now. With this one for now, guys. But
Surely upside. Oh, Phil.
did you know that surely upside down a water table at Gitmo would get answers? Probably, I would imagine, Phil. That should work with anybody. Hey, Jackie, good to see you. We had a case here in the UK. Susie Lamplug, an estate agent who went to meet a prospective house buyer and has never been seen again. It happens a lot, Jackie. There's a lot of these. Yes. Thank you, Paula. So are you. You need to do a show about baby Sabrina Eisenberg. Okay. Told you guys, all you got to do is tell me. I 100% have no problem. Give me something to look into.
Why does that
And
sound familiar?
the last name does, but the first name I'm not familiar with. But I'm writing it down right now so that I can look into it. So what do you know anything about this case, Siggy, at all? And Mike? Sorry. It's the same situation as okay. Yeah, we'll definitely be pulling it up and looking into it then, Tomboy. Well, she's dating the son, and you are also a real estate agent. Maybe the mom looked at her as competition. I mean, that's possible, but stupid.
I mean, that's very brutal. If it was due to competition over sales at a real estate company.
Good God, like taking out that sounds like somebody take out their own brother if they worked in the same business. You know what I mean? Although I wouldn't doubt it. I just wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, sales are cutthroat, but that's taking it a little far.
Right.
Literally cutthroat. 100%. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah, I don't have any update. Let me try this. See this one more time. Nope. Still nothing I can find in either direction. There's no updates on this one at all. Dr. Phil did a thing. I wanted to show it to you, but I can't. And it's you might want to go check it out, though, if you guys. Man claims that police are incompetent in covering up who killed his daughter. See? So this is how far this has gone now. And it made me wonder, because I know that Jason's family, they have money, and they're very well known in this area. Okay, and I'm not about the conspiracy stuff, the cover up stuff for real, but people with money do crazy shit. Okay, and people with money get away with things that a lot of other people don't. So, guys, we've seen crazier things. You never know. You never know. That's all I can say. I'm gonna keep looking into it further on down the road, and we'll see what we come up with. Same with baby Lisa as well. Definitely. And I'm gonna look into this one too, Sabrina Eisenberg. In fact, I want to see something here real fast. It is Friday. AIS. Oh, you know what? I have seen this one. I think you have too. We might have looked into this before.
We might have.
Maybe what
sounds really familiar for some reason.
And it was
Yeah.
Florida, so mom may know about it too.
Let me show you this real quick news segment on this. I think you might recognize this, both of you.
Where'd he go?
Fell out the damn window again.
Jeez.
He's been that internet signal. Either that or he touched something. If he's on his phone. Here, I'll show you this real quick news segment on this. Just a couple minutes. It might
jog my memory.
Yeah, there he is. There he is. Welcome back.
That time it was the cat, not the router.
Oh, okay. Got you. That would be my son, Phil. He's not a man by any means, but he's just an ogre, big ogre.
This mystery, and I'll tell you, I covered this 20 years ago, and it has remained a mystery all these years.
It was such an intense assignment and so much history here. You know, the year was 1997.
What?
Baby Sabrina.
Whoa, what, Tomboy? Jeez.
What? What is wrong? Wait, what? I'm just showing a real quick clip of it before we go to it, because I have to look into it and research it first. That what do you call that? When you I did, Mecky. I stopped. Mecky said, "For God's sakes, wait." Oh, dude is all dressed and dates and shit. You guys are okay. Arctic's got a 4 o'clock premiere coming, so we're gonna have to shut this down. What do you want me to wait for? You don't want me to show this? You want me to wait for the whole thing then? Okay.
Well, she made a comment to Arctic, so I don't know if that's what she wanted us to wait or.
Well, it's 4 o'clock Central Time, so you've still got another hour before my premiere.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we'll wait. No worries.
She said, "At Arctic, that's what you call pussy power, huh?"
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess.
That's all she wanted us to wait on, was for her to do that.
I don't know what we're even talking about, but okay. Oh,
It's his cat.
Cat pussy power. Oh my God, Tomboy.
Yeah, that's all she wanted.
Oh, my cats. Let me tell you, they rule this house anyway.
Well,
they just allow me to live here.
That's how most people are. My dogs are that way. Coming soon, then, everybody, we're going to be looking into the disappearance of baby Sabrina Eisenberg. Coming soon, but not now, because I'm waiting, damn it. Thank you for joining us, Mecky. Oh, Jesus, Phil. Penis privilege. Okay. Candy's crying over. I'm sorry. The way Mecky said it was like, for God's sakes, just wait. She meant it. She said it 3-4 times. Stop that. Right meow. Right meow. Right meow. Guys, we don't even need like funny videos to watch sometimes. I think it's just sitting here and being who we are sometimes is like enough. Just you guys in chat alone. Or Arctic just speaking what he feels on a certain situation.
Andy, may we proceed now with the news clip?
Stop that talk right meow. Meow, meow, meow. Where's Molly at, speaking of meow? Is it okay to show the news clip, Tomboy? That's all I'm going to show, I swear to God.
She just wanted to make that joke to Arctic.
Okay, I hope. I'm just afraid that if I go and play it, then she's actually going to come through the screen now next. She said yes. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Goodness, thought it was something serious.
Me too. Penis privilege. You got that from your child taught you that. That's good to know, Phil. Thank you for informing me.
Oh.
No, I didn't hear you, Tomboy. We're on the computer, remember? Jesus Christ. You guys are killing me today.
And we can't hear it. Tomboy messed it all up.
Y'all got me so frazzled. Okay.
With an update on this mystery, and I'll tell you, I covered
We're good.
this 20 years ago, and it has remained a mystery all these years.
It was such an intense assignment and so much history here. You know, the year was 1997. Baby Sabrina vanished from her crib in the middle of the night. And we talked with those closest to the case, Sabrina's father. And we also spoke with one of the original investigators still working the case to this day. It is a true mystery that for some changed the course of their lives.
Come on, you pretty girl.
A mystery 20 years in the making.
We love her very much and need her to come home.
A case that's never been solved. A little girl who's never been found.
There she goes. There she goes.
The first time the world met baby Sabrina, we had no way of knowing that her story would end up 2 decades later the same way it began, with more questions than answers.
November 24th, 1997 is forever etched in my memory.
Colonel J.R. Burton from the Hillsborough Sheriff's Office was driving on the crosstown that morning. He heard the call go out over the radio. A 5-month-old little girl named Sabrina Eisenberg then...
Hold on. Do you want me to pause this so you can run to the bathroom, Tandy? That way you don't have any accidents. I can do that for you if you need me to. Just saying. Don't pee. Doodle pee's enough. We don't need any more pee in here.
Seriously.
We're good. We're good.
Vanished from her crib in Valrico, where just hours before, she was sleeping soundly in a onesie.
This is 1997. We don't see stuff like this. This is unusual.
So unusual that the sheriff's office launched the largest search we've ever seen in Hillsborough County. Colonel Burton remembers eating, sleeping, and breathing this case.
I've carried a photograph of her for 20 years. I'd never forget and never forgotten.
As investigators scoured every inch of the neighborhood and beyond, the parents themselves went through scathing scrutiny. Every move followed, every action documented. They were even falsely accused at one point and wound up in court before a federal grand jury, charges that were later dropped.
We knew that we didn't do anything wrong. And we knew that Sabrina is still out there. Our goal is to try and focus it back on, let's look for Sabrina. She's out there.
We spoke with Steve Eisenberg from his home in Maryland, where 20 years later, he and his wife Marlene maintain their innocence. So why, we ask, did they seem so cold, so unemotional with their baby girl gone? It's one big sticking point that has plagued these parents since the start.
This morning, someone came into our home and took our baby Sabrina Page out of her crib.
Some say Marlene in particular, not nearly emotional enough for the mother of a missing infant.
Do you think that she was judged unfairly by the public?
I think those type of things are a little ridiculous, because until you're in the shoes of someone who's had their baby taken from them, then let them act the way they feel is appropriate to act.
So it all boils down to this. Where is baby Sabrina? Who took her? When she went missing, there were no signs of forced entry, no witnesses, no ransom note. Her parents have openly admitted they were the last ones to see her snuggling in a yellow blanket in her crib, leaving us to ask her father a question point blank.
You and your wife had nothing to do with the disappearance of baby Sabrina.
As I said 1,000 times, we had nothing to do with Sabrina's disappearance. We don't know where she is. We know she's somewhere out there.
In the end, the Eisenbergs believe another family has been raising their daughter all these years. Baby Sabrina will turn 20 in June, and this age progression photo shows what she might look like now. An image seen by Colonel Burton each and every morning in the hallway as he reports to work.
I walk past that poster every day and I look at Sabrina and I think about that case.
A case that has stayed with him for 20 years. A little girl he hopes someday will come home.
Sabrina's family is hoping that someone somewhere out there will see that picture and possibly recognize her all these years later.
Well, Mel, I'm curious. Obviously, the case isn't closed, but how is it classified now?
Well, right now it's classified on the books as an unsolved kidnapping. The investigation remains open. And like Colonel Burton said, he is hoping one day that it will somehow be solved.
That would be incredible.
Well, thank you. Still, if you'd like to know more about the Sabrina Eisenberg cold case, we have a lot of information on WFLA.com for you, including some original News Channel 8 stories from the time of her disappearance and 10 years later.
28 years later, and there's still no answer to this. So, yeah, we're going to be looking into this for sure. I'm going to be pulling a bunch of stuff off this one, and it does come off a lot like Lisa's case. That's very true, Tomboy. Very true. I need details. Exotic, and the house alarm was shut off. Garage door is unlocked.
Florida Cap.
Oh, is that a Florida Cap? Sorry, I didn't see that. What are you talking about, Exotic?
I think that case.
This case here?
Mm-hmm. That's the way I took it anyway.
Yeah, it's out of Florida, Mom. Yeah, so this will be coming up here soon. I'm going to start looking into this ASAP. Another baby. 28 years, you guys. And these families have no answers. It just blows my mind. No, it didn't. I was just giving you a teaser, Mom. I wasn't going to do the whole thing. I don't have the time. Sorry. I'll give you the information I get from it too, okay? I'll share it all with you, I promise. Every bit of it. How did she get taken? Why search the water? Blah, blah, blah. Yes, Mama's on a mission now. I can just feel it already.
Yes, she is.
I definitely feel it. It's coming, Mom. I promise you. Everything I find, I'll send it right to you. I promise. I do remember this now that I think of this. I remember they called her Baby Eisenberg. I do remember now. So yeah, I'll be looking into this. It's probably going to be sooner than you think that we cover it, by the way. Did you ever notice how kind they are with the age progression photos? They never look like illegitimate love child.
Oh my God, Phil.
Very true. Very true. Yeah. Very true. It's a good point. No, she really didn't, Mom. And it just doesn't make sense to me. A lot of these don't. They don't make sense at all as to how this happens. They don't just vanish. They don't just get up and walk out, like you said.
Arctic, Kimber pushed you.
Pushes Arctic, me first. That's why no one ever gets found. You guys have all been on one today. I love it, but yes. Damn.
Well, see, this is what happens when you work with a lot of females and you're a guy. You get pushed around all the time. So.
I know.
Claim was someone walked in and took her. Well, where were the parents if they just walked in and took her?
Arctic, I didn't come to you just because, I mean, don't get me wrong. You do amazing things and I really respect you and all that, but it wasn't just for that. I just needed another guy around too. So. Realize that that's a fact, especially in the Discord and when my crew and the mods are all, no, all I had was Mikey, bro. I needed somebody else around to help with that. Just saying.
Oh my gosh. You should be on the calls that I am on with Duchess and her mods, and I'm the only guy in the whole phone call altogether. I couldn't get a word in edgewise. I don't even know why I'm there. I'm just sitting there listening to everything, and I'm like,
Have you been in our meetings, sir?
I know.
Just saying. Yes, I absolutely love it because it works for me. They all know. If we have Kimber and Mom, Doodle, Mama Bear, SRB, and Cassie in a meeting, and you're good. I'll just sit here and listen. You guys tell me when you're done because that's how that works for me. So
Exotic, the parents left the garage door up. and the alarm wasn't working. Okay, and then the baby. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, I read it different the first time. I was like, they left and they had the door open and the alarm wasn't working. And the baby was home alone. I'm like, what? That's not what. Like I said, I read it wrong.
See, she says they let you talk. I'm just not allowed. That's okay.
Well, in all seriousness, I would not trade any of these ladies for anything in the world because they are all such amazing people.
That is agreed. Good comeback, bro. Good save. I agree with you.
I was gonna say, way to cover your ass, dude.
All joking aside, I absolutely agree with you. And listen, Sherry, Miss Wisdom, she doesn't ever speak, but I still shut up and let her type. I'll tell you that much. She says bullshit, Arctic. Good to see you too, Mickey. Good to see you too. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Peggy says you guys must like it. You keep coming. Well, of course we do. We love everybody in here. This is an amazing community. We really do. We can joke, but in all reality, I wouldn't know what to do without most of these people. That's a fact. That's a fact. I have been corrected, I guess you could say, and brought. I can't. Okay, forget what I was gonna say because it just left. Sorry, we're gone.
He's been guided towards the right course by some of these creators that he started working with.
There you go.
And not just the creators, the other people that are in the community too. But yes, 100%. Kimber, we love you. Says we love you. I wouldn't say okay. She's making her point today. That's for sure. Eggs are expensive. You're important. You must be really important.
Oh my God, Mom.
You have been erected. Jeez.
It must make you feel good, sir, that you are just as important as eggs.
Tomboy said, well, wait, Kimber, can we negotiate that?
At least you know that you're good. I mean, shit. Eggs are eggs, man. Come on. The right course. Yes. There you go. That's a good way to. That's what I was trying to say. Not even for 2 dozen. I have plenty right now. Next week he'll be. Oh well. Hey.
Yeah, well, we know you won't trade me for eggs, Kimber. But if someone was offering a big box of bacon, then I might be in trouble. Especially the good, thick, girthy bacon.
And we're off.
Right, Mom? Jeez.
And we're off. Lisa has. Yeah, Diego has been erected. Well. Tandy said she'd trade for chocolate. Okay. Now she's saying we're a bottle of wine. Well, shit. We're becoming quantity or forget it. Their eggs are Lisa's without the sea roosters. I like thick, girthy bacon and doodle. Oh, for fuck's sakes, you guys are. You guys killed Kimber. I hope you're happy. You done. You did her in. She's over a box of wine. Oh God, Tomboy. Here we go.
Mickey Teggy. Are we talking about the same thing though?
I think you're all talking about a couple different things, all mixed in together. Is all I can think. But I have an egg dealer now, and she has lots of chickens. There you go. So you don't have to worry about running out of them. Oh, no. No. Speaking of, Cassie ran away. You can tell. Her mom come in. She disappears. I told you I was going to tell on you. I forgot about it, though, until now. Your daughter was picking on me when she first came in here this morning, SRB. Strawberry Hill. What the hell? Strawberry Hill in the back
You
seat.
don't know what Strawberry Hill is?
You're bringing up the Boone's Farm, Phil. Come on now.
Yeah, God, that
God.
was my high school back in the day. I would go and get me some Boone Strawberry Hill or some Fuzzy Navel, and yeah,
Delicious apple. $2.50 a bottle, guys. Yep. And you could definitely, well, in high school we could get a buzz off of it. Then I went from that and I moved up to the, what the hell was it? The Mad Dog 2020, Wild Irish Rose. Ugh, God, all of that pukey stuff. So bad. I tried to. She doesn't care. You know better than that. That's why her name is Sassy. She don't care.
Now, if I never see Everclear again, it'll be too soon.
That's why it's not legal here anymore. It's not legal here or PA now. We used to have to go.
If you've never had an Everclear hangover, let me just explain what an Everclear hangover feels like. Go find yourself the dirtiest, nastiest piece of Brady Bunch shag carpeting you can find and staple it to your tongue. And then go find yourself a 20-pound sledgehammer and hit yourself in the head about 30 times with it.
And then multiply that by 5, because I've been there with him on that too. That's not fun at all.
Oh, Purple Passion. I remember that.
And we used to cross over PA line to go to the liquor stores there because you couldn't get that in Ohio. So we would do it until they banned it from there because it was so bad. So bad. It made like 151, Bacardi 151 look like Kool-Aid. That's how strong that Everclear shit was. And now I don't know if you can, do they even make it anymore? Arctic, you know?
Hell, I don't know. I certainly haven't gone out looking for it.
Yeah, that was probably the worst hangover I ever had. I'm talking like headache for 3 days and throwing up. It was bad, very bad. Ew, 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 ew. Don't even bring that up. That was when I couldn't have, because I was a Crown Royal person, Crown Royal guy when I had money. When I had no money, it was Black Velvet because I drank that kind of stuff. And that is so bad. It was so bad. It's making me nauseous. I get remembering the taste of it now. It's so gross. But it was cheap. It was cheap and it worked. Oh, yep. Yep. We called it jungle juice, but we did the same thing with the Everclear and a bunch of fruit and other stuff. You'd mix it into like one of those big McDonald's, like, what the hell are those things? The cooler thing you can put like Kool-Aid in or drinks in and you disperse it out of the bottom. We would make jungle juice for parties with that Everclear stuff, and holy shit. Yep, Hawaiian Punch, same thing we used too. It was, and then you put fruit in it, and the fruit absorbs the alcohol too, and you're supposed to eat the fruit. Yeah, you eat the fruit, you're face down on the sidewalk right away.
SRB.
Oh my God, are you serious? Not you. Kicked out of a teen dance after an event with Black Velvet and tequila. I don't know if I want the details. I look at you a certain way. I can't look at you any other way. No way. You're not. I can't imagine her ever being a bad girl. Ever. You're ruining my visual of you. Quit. No. Jaeger is the devil. As Bobby Boucher's mom would say, it is the devil. That stuff, talk about bad hangovers. Oh my God. And coming back up, Jaeger's great going down. It's nice and smooth as long as it's cold. But coming back out, no, it's not at all. It burns like hell. Well, everybody thinks you are.
Yeah, they did me too, SRB. Till I mentioned Jenna Jameson, and then it all went out the window.
You have to stop. Don't go there again. Oh, God, I imagine that every night. Jesus, Phil. Imagine what every night? What I just said? Sake is... My wife had sake one time. I tried it. It's very strong. Jenna Jameson. Yeah, that's when she ruined my visual of her. I thought she was just the sweetest, most soft-spoken, caring, all this. And we're sitting here talking about something, and I can't remember how she put it, but she was like,
I said, "Holy cow! It's as windy outside as Jenna Jameson." Something along those lines.
It was in that realm of Jenna
Yeah.
Jameson doing something. I went, what? And it just completely threw me out of my
Oh, the
realm.
wind is blowing as hard as Jenna Jameson. That's what it was.
Oh God.
And I froze at first, and I went, wait, did she just say that? She did. And then I reacted, and then I'm like, wait a minute. How do you know who the hell Jenna Jameson is anyway? She goes, I'm not dead, Dago. And I went, oh, God. Okay. That was wonderful. Yes. Y'all, the sweet and quiet ones are the
Undercover angels.
Yeah. Just like Doodle's not in here right now, or she'd go right on into that. I'll tell you right now. Mezcal. Ooh. Tequila is some bad stuff. Like sister puked in study hall. You guys were bad. Drinking in school and everything. At least we left the school before we got caught. We were stupid. We went to, like, this kid lived behind the school. You could stand at the back door of the school and look at his back door. So idiots that we were decided we're going to skip school and go party at his house right there, where anybody could see us walking to his house. And we got caught by all three principals. They surrounded the house. I hid under a bed.
Good
Got away
Lord,
with it.
3 principals?
Yeah, we had 3 principals. I hid under a bed, and I'm like, I got away with it until Monday morning, because this was a Friday. Monday morning, I got called to the office, and I was like, oh. And there was my friend, Andy, sitting in a chair like this. And I walked in, I looked at him like, you bitch, because I knew he snitched on me. They knew that there was somebody else there because they counted the people walking over, and they didn't see me. They didn't find me at the house. I took off out the front door when they started leaving and walking back to the school, and I ran all the way around the block, and I jumped on a school bus, which was something I hadn't touched in like 4 years, and went home. I got away with it. I was the cool guy. You know what I mean? 8 o'clock in the morning, Monday. Joseph Mayors, can you please report to I think it was Mr. Hazen's office. And I went, what did I do? And as soon as I walked in the door, I seen him sitting there. I was like, you are a bitch. You really told on me. After the fact, because they sent us all to this was a joke. They sent all of us to a rehab program where we had to write down all these things and admit that we were alcoholics just because we were drinking. And it had to pay $1,000 for this stuff too. It was such a joke. It's their program, or you get expelled from school. My parents weren't happy with me, but whatever. And we weren't alcoholics. We were 17 years old. You know what I mean? We were just kids partying. One and only time I ever did that, and I got caught. So whatever.
Right, SRB. He misread the non-alcohol part.
Non-alcohol.
Oh, Arctic was drunk on the bus for Project Graduation, a alcohol-free party for graduating seniors.
Except for you. Yeah, I get it.
He kind of
just read it.
overread the alcohol.
It was in the fine print. He didn't read the fine print. I get it. Welch's grape wine for an English assignment into what, Phil? You made Welch's grape wine for an English assignment in a 2-gallon glass jug in a rubber balloon. Did my presentation brought power? I'm sure it did. Anybody that you go to school with comes to school saying, this is how you make alcohol, guys. Come on, let's go have fun. And you presented it to that takes some balls, Phil. The principal, hey, Cap, good to see you today, brother. The principal called the cops on me for doing burnouts and donuts in high school. Oh, we did that before, too. We just got yelled at. They didn't call the police on us. We used to get high in the smoking area at lunch at school. At least you had a smoking area. If we got caught smoking anything, we were suspended immediately. We were not allowed to smoke on school property. We did, but we weren't allowed to. We'd be hiding all over the campus trying to hide and smoke cigarettes between classes. The cops busted my party and asked where the adult was. I said, at the beer store. I got an MI. That's funny. That's funny. Then my best friend would kill my buzz because she said everyone knew and she always got paranoid. Oh, yeah, that is a buzz killer for sure. When I was in the hospital last month, Pastor stopped by. I threw up in his lap. He probably thought I was a demon spawn. He didn't come back. Jesus. Yeah, that would probably scare many people away, I would imagine. Exotic. Oh, I'm sure. Yes, we all did some crazy ass things in our days, guys. I can promise you that much. Back to back, back to back to back to back MIPs and MIC. I don't know what either one of those things mean, guys. Was sentenced to 90 days in an alcohol treatment center. I was 16. That's what they did in our school. Was they tried to make us look like alcoholics. It was crazy. What does MIP and MIC mean? My high school, you could only smoke in your car. We weren't allowed to do that, Cap. We were not allowed to smoke. Minor in possession. Oh, okay.
Minor in consumption. Is that the
Got
other one?
you. Never had those. We would just get expelled or suspended. They would do locker checks, and if they found guns, I went to a really rough school. Guns, knives, drugs, alcohol, anything, you were suspended for the first, depending on what it was. The first one and the second, if there's weapons, you were expelled of any sort. We actually had people that brought guns to school. It was crazy. Late in the day, I got called to the office. They asked if I brought alcohol to school. I said, well, yeah, shared it with the class. Got an A. Is there a problem? So basically, you haven't changed since you were in high school. I take it then, Phil. Nothing's changed. You're still the same old wonderful person. That's too funny, though. At least you got an A. If you had gotten any trouble, the A was worth it. You know what I mean? All right, guys. I'm from the South. They all had gun racks and shotguns in the back. See, that's the difference. Yeah, that was the difference. Like, a lot of the kids that we went to school with had gun racks in their trucks with their shotguns, rifles in the racks. If you brought any type of a weapon into the school, it was a different story, but you could have them in your truck. That, I don't know, is weird. Things changed while I was going to school too. Like, things turned from that kind of stuff to now, luckily, my home school, because I went to a vocational school my 11th and 12th grade year. My home school, there was no guns allowed anywhere on property, period, because it was a city school. There were gangs and things like that, so it was a regular thing. But when I went to the vocational school, there were a lot of more country schools that came in, and those kids are the ones that had the gun racks and the guns, and it was okay. Nobody said a word. You still weren't allowed to bring a gun into the school, but yeah. At the vocational school, yes. Not at my home school. I went to a place called TCJBS, Trumbull County Joint Vocational School, and I took precision machining to be a machinist. They had, like, when you came to your junior and senior year, you take 2 years of this. You could do whatever, nursing and machining and horticulture, animal care, stuff like that. So the kids that went to the vocational school, that school, they allowed for those. But on the city school I went to, the home school, no guns whatsoever. You couldn't do it. Yeah, see, we couldn't do that on our homeschool grounds. You'd get arrested. We had 2 resource officers in the school. We had metal detectors in our school. It was a pretty rough school. So, yeah, no, we couldn't do that at all. No way in hell. Well, damn, you were a rough one. I take it, Phil. They got tired of busting us for smoking in bathrooms, so they just finally... Yeah, they took the smoking area away. When I was in 8th grade, they got rid of it. Plus, you were allowed to leave for lunch then, too, and they took that away from them, too. And there was restaurants all around the school. But no, we weren't allowed to leave from school for lunch. We weren't allowed to smoke anymore, so we had to sneak. And they caught us all the time. It was ridiculous. We tried smoking in the bathroom, but that caught on quick. They put some kind of smoke detectors in there that picked up everything. They also let the kids out to help farm down here. Well, we had something called OWE, Ohio Work Experience. And it was a class that kids could take. If they did stuff like that, they could get out to go to work jobs or to go in the vocational school. They did the farming stuff because there was a class there for that. But if other than that, if you had a job and you were in high school, you could leave, go to school for certain classes and then leave to go to your job. They allowed for that. I don't think they let them out to help anyway. See, everything's so different now, and so much. School is not what it used to be anymore for kids. It's sad. Yes, smoking in the boys' room for sure. 3 out of 5 pickups at senior parking. Yeah, the vocational school definitely did almost every one of them, because most of the schools there, except for my school, were all country schools, so they all had gun racks in their trucks. A lot of them would leave school to go hunting. At that school, you were allowed to take off of school the first day of hunting season. So I went to school where Jerry Jones has planted the store. Oh, okay then. We had that and still do, Dago. The hunting season thing? Yeah. I think they still do too here. At least out here. The city schools, I don't know if they do that or not, but I'm in the country, so I think that they allow for it out here. And I know I've seen kids' vehicles at the school here that have the gun racks. There's no guns on them, though. They're not allowed to have anything like that anymore. Lewiston, Idaho. Senior year at high school was awesome. I used to show up at parties smoking a cigar. Oh, you were that guy. I knew that guy. I knew that guy. We were bad. We were really bad. My senior year, every senior year at my school, there was something done. One time, I think the shop at the vocational school that I went to, they took they did something with their teacher's car because we had auto shop there. They did something with his car. We had at my home school, they rolled the vice principal's car on its roof. Not me, but a group of kids did one senior year. I was like, holy shit. I mean, kids get to crazy shit. I was too scared I was going to get in trouble by my parents, so I never did any of that kind of stuff. That stuff that I would get caught with, but you used to leave school and yell shotgun as you ran to the parking lot. Now, oh yeah, yep. To get in the front seat, I agree. You do that now and you hit the ground. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I graduated 2 years early. Oh yeah. Funny, after the first time I did the next party, 4 other people were smoking. Oh, so you were the leader of the pack. I get it. All right, y'all. That's going to do it for today. Arctic, like I said, has a premiere coming up here soon. So if we can, please, guys, if you would, jump over there and support that.
Yeah, it's going to be in about 30 minutes for the first premiere. The one after that is at 6 o'clock Central Time. And that one is a wild one. It's another one of those horrible cases where CPS has completely dropped the ball and led to probably this child's death. So.
See, too much of that nowadays. Way too much. There's the link to Arctic's channel, guys, if you don't have it yet, which most of you guys probably should. Jump on over there at 4 for the first one. And if you have the time, check the second one out too, please, if you will. Make sure if you haven't subscribed over there, please do that. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss nothing. And please share it out, as well as all these other awesome creators that we have in here with us. If we could drop all those links again, guys, I would appreciate it. And I'll help too. Hold on a minute here. There's Arctic's link. Hold on a minute here. Nope, that is not how that's spelled. What the hell did I just do? Thank you, Arctic. There's Mom's link. Minor Monsters, guys, and another great one. I believe Mom will be live tonight. Miss Kimber and Mom, if they're both in here, can probably verify it. 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as they seem to be every night. That is Mom's link there. We got our brother Mikey from The Last 24. There's the link to his channel. Please jump over there. Check it out. All of these, I'm just going to say it once. Please like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss anything. please, if you will. But these are all amazing channels, amazing people doing amazing things, and I appreciate everybody checking them all out. If you could, guys, please and thank you. Of course, our Doodlebug, her awesome channel and stuff that she does, we appreciate so very much. You have no idea. Again, jump on over there to Miss Kimber's channel. Miss Kimber is mom or Mind Monsters co-host, and helps her out with all that stuff. She's got her own channel that she's building right now too. So please jump on over and help Kimber grow that channel by clicking that link. Oops. Where is Kimber's link? Did I click on the wrong one? That's Doodle's link right there. Sorry, I'm confusing myself, you guys. We need to put Kimber's link in. Arda, can you drop that one again? I'm sorry, bud. There's Miss Dutchie's link right there. Dutch for the Missing. Another amazing channel for those of you that aren't familiar with Miss Duchess. Please click that link. You won't be disappointed, I promise you. Probably one of the sweetest ladies you'll ever meet in your life, but she does an amazing job with this. So please check her out. There's Kimber's link right there, guys. Kimber Crimes. Again, this is Mom's co-host. Miss Kimber's in here all the time. Please go check it out as she helped to try to help her to grow her channel now. Thank you for that as well. I think that was all of them. We got Miss Sherry's in here somewhere too, I swear. I just saw it up here somewhere. Wisdom Speaks right there. Thank you, Kimber.
Cap, I'm trying to get him to do Saturdays.
We're going to do it. Take it to Saturdays. Yes. Paranormal, creepy, and scary Saturdays is what we're going to start doing, Cap. That way I can be sure it's the weekend and I'll be able to do that. So, we're going to be doing it, brother. I promise you. I've already got it all set up and ready to go for this Saturday. My daughter's party is this Saturday, so it'll probably be late, if anything. But we're going to be covering the Ananuki. I've been trying to cover that for a month now, so we're going to get it. There is Molly's link too. Good golly, Miss Molly Drake. Most of her stuff is paranormal stuff, but it's really cool, and she's very talented as well. So please check out that link, that channel. Subscribe, like, hit the bell, and share it out if you would. Yes, Miss Tandy. Hopefully, we will see you there.
And last but not least, don't forget about me.
We put yours up in here a while back. I think let's do it again. The Mama Bear. And guys, if you haven't jumped over there, if you could real quick, for this show today, Mama Bear is splitting the stream with us. So please click her link, jump on over and like this stream, share it out, and hit that bell and subscribe if you haven't over there for right now. And thank you for Miss Dawn's link for Southern Gal True Crime. That's what I'm saying. There's so many really good creators that are in this community as well, and I really appreciate them all. Thank you so very much.
Thanks, SRB.
Mods, for dropping all these. I appreciate it. I know it's a lot, you guys. Thank you, Josie. We appreciate you being here. Absolutely, brother. I can debunk the Patterson Gilman Bigfoot video one night in 5 minutes.
Oh.
That's the most popular one. That Bigfoot video, that's the most popular one. I'd like to hear you do that one night, bro. Yes, the Ananuki. That's what we're covering Saturday, Phil. And you can thank Miss Sassy for that because she brought it to my attention, and then Molly and her threw it at me, and I was like, whoa, this is crazy. So that's what we're looking into, if you're interested in that stuff. So, like I said, that'll do it, guys. Thank you, Arctic and Doodle and Mama Bear, for joining me today. I appreciate it as always. It's always an honor to have you guys up here with me to do this. I really appreciate it. Everybody in chat, God bless. Much love to all of you guys. I really appreciate each and every single one of you. Just for being here and just for being you guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change a thing, because you guys are, as I always say, the beautiful people. And I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye, folks.
Bye, guys. See you soon.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waves. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, a streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and lawless, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, he'll always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every